Well, hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you for joining me. So I've decided to try something new. A lot of people have been asking me about the 1979 Islamic Revolution. I prefer to call it a coup d'etat, an occupation, but of course, it's more commonly known as the Islamic Revolution or the Iranian Revolution. Again, I don't like the word Iranian because I'm Iranian and my country is being occupied by a brutal Islamic dictatorship. A lot of people have asked me about it, asked me to explain, because there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there. Everyone under the sun seems to have an opinion on Iran, and yet you rarely hear from actual Iranians. The documentaries that we have about the Islamic Revolution are all in Farsi. They are typically accurate, but of course, they're in Farsi. So there is a language barrier there. So at first, I was thinking that I would, do my own episode or, produce something myself to explain the Islamic Revolution. But, I'm not a film director. I don't have the resources, and that would be like a massive project. But there is a wealth of knowledge and information out there. So instead, what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try this for a few evenings, and let's see how it goes. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the documentaries that are already available. I'm going to watch them, and I will give my comments and my thoughts and my feedback as I'm watching them. And I will record myself doing so. And then I will give it a rating. I think maybe a rating out of 10. So rating out of 10. And then that way, you guys can know if that documentary is good or not, or, if there are any parts of the documentary that may not be entirely accurate or, needs more context or something, right? And I figured, why reinvent the wheel when it's already there? So before I begin, I just want to say something in Farsi because I know I do have a lot of Iranian followers. So if you just bear with me for a moment. دوستان خیلی ممنون که امشب اینجا هستین و اگر که دارین از اکس نگاه میکنین، از توییتر، اگر که بتونین لطفاً بیاین به اکانت یوتیوبم، لینکشو گذاشتم زیر همین پست ایکسم. یعنی اگر که این لایف فید رو ببندین، یه کامنت گذاشتم دقیقاً زیر همین لایف فید و اگر که میتونین لطفاً بیاین توی یوتیوب و از یوتیوب تماشا بکنین، چون که توی یوتیوب کامنت زیاد هست و اگه اونجا کامنت بذارین، مخصوصا به زبان انگلیسی، غیر ایرانی‌ها میتونن کامنتاتون رو هم ببینن. اگر که مایل هست لطفاً به ما بپیوندین توی یوتیوب. لینکش اون پایینه و بذار کانالمو هم این بالا میذارم که ببینین. اینم اکانت یوتیوبمه. اگه تونستین، زحمتی نبود، لطفاً بیاین یوتیوب که اونجا بتونیم با هم یه صحبتی بکنیم. سپاسگزار از حمایتتون. All right, so for the non-Iranians, see, I do speak Farsi. Now you guys know. See, everyone always thinks just because I speak English with no accent that either I'm not Iranian or I don't speak Farsi or I don't understand the language. Fun fact, I do, and I speak pretty well for someone who has lived in Canada most of her life, but there you go. So basically, I asked all of the Iranians who are watching me on X, because I do broadcast this live stream on X as well. I just asked them to come and join me on YouTube so that you can also get their input in the live chat as we watch this together. And also for future people who are watching and are not joining the live stream but want to watch later, they will also be able to see people's comments on YouTube, whereas on X, you can't see people's comments. So that's basically what I said. Okay, so we are going to start with this documentary for the sole purpose that it just popped up on my YouTube feed. So this is it's a documentary from an account called War Stories. It has 1.2 million subscribers. And so they have something called the 1979 Iranian Revolution Explained. Again, I hate the word Iranian because it wasn't an Iranian revolution, it was an Islamic revolution. There was nothing Iranian about the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic even got rid of our flag. This is the flag of Iran prior to 1979. Okay, that flag right there, that's the real flag of Iran. The Islamists replaced this flag with the line with the Allahu Akbar flag in Arabic, right? And again, we're Iranian. We speak Persian. We don't speak Arabic. So why the heck does our flag have Arabic writing on it? Again, it just goes to show it's the Islamic Revolution, or coup d'etat, as I like to call it. There's nothing Iranian about them. In fact, they are anti-Iranian. Anyway, so the description here says, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's story begins with good ideas and ideals and ends in bloody chaos. On the one hand, he helped carry Iran into modernity. His wealth was legendary, and his marriages made tabloid headlines for years. However, his name also stands for a time of human rights violations. Again, right there, the human rights violations is propaganda. I spoke about this yesterday in my live streams, okay? And I pointed out that these were the lies that the Islamists and the communists used to justify taking over Iran, right? And then again, vicious oppression and intolerance. Again, these are lies. So right away, this is incredibly frustrating to me as an Iranian because, this human rights violations, vicious oppression and intolerance, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I actually, if you haven't seen it already, yesterday I live streamed all of these interviews with the Shah because yesterday was his birthday and we love the Shah. So if you want to, you definitely want to go and check out this video after. So Watch Party 1970s interviews with the Shah. Okay, that one right there. Bookmark that, and you want to watch that later because I go through all of this BS nonsense, right? Like all of these unfounded claims of human rights violations and vicious oppression, and like none of it happened. Okay. Already, I'm not liking this. Had Reza Pahlavi not come to power, it's unlikely that radical Islam would have the widespread political and brutal effects it has today. Again, that's another lie. That's disinformation. The reason that Reza Pahlavi, his father, came to power is because of the Majlis at the time voted him in, right? It was a democratic process. Anyway, so already in this documentary, I can see just in the description itself, I'm already seeing like all of the disinformation and the propaganda that the Islamists and the communists have been putting out there for over 50 years, right? And it seems like everyone's just sort of eating it up. And this what is it? This particular video, how many views does it have? I can't see here how many views it has. Anyway, so it's frustrating. And I can tell you, as an Iranian, I don't normally watch videos about the 1979 Islamic Revolution because it is horrifying, right? It is horrifying. It's very personal. It's very personal to all of us. And it is like watching a horror movie because you know how it's going to end. It's going to end in despair. It's going to end in death. It's going to end in destruction. And you see all the signs, but there's nothing you can do to stop it, right? So yeah, but I am going to watch these videos no matter how depressing they are, because I think it's also important to have the truth out there, because I really do believe that knowledge is power, and I really do believe that knowing what actually happened in 1979 will make it easier for Iranians to reclaim their country and take it back from the Islamic colonizers who have been holding us hostage for the last 47 years. So this is why I'm going to be watching every single documentary I can find on YouTube and elsewhere. And if you guys have any documentaries that you want me to watch as well and, give my thoughts and opinions on, please let me know. Put a link, maybe not in the live chat, but in the comments, or, elsewhere. And I'll watch them. I will, if there's interest, I will watch one every single night, and I will give you my honest thoughts and comments as we're watching it. Because one of the things I find very frustrating, especially in I guess English language, is that all of these non-Iranians have an opinion on what happened, but you rarely hear from actual Iranians. You rarely hear from the common people, right? You hear from the Islamists, you hear from the communists, you hear from the Marxists, but you rarely ever hear the truth from people who have been deeply impacted by it. So this is my way of being a voice for the silent majority. And as you can see, there are a lot of Iranians who are joining us in the live chat as well. So make sure that you are paying attention. And, there's also going to be a lot of trolls, guys. There's also going to be a lot of trolls. For some reason, the trolls always come out. And the reason they come out, guys, is because they support the Islamic Republic. They support the violent oppression of Iranians. And many of them aren't even Iranian, right? These are non-Iranians who support Islamic oppression. So these are the people who support the people who are murdering me and other Iranians. So what's the proof that I'm Iranian? اگه که تو بتونی دو تا کلمه فارسی حرف بزنی بهم بگو و اگه نه go somewhere else. I don't even think your name is Iranian, buddy. And that's the thing. Like, again, people are going to be like, oh, you're Iranian, whatever. Anyway, so there you go. So this is the first documentary we're going to be watching. Again, دوستان اگر که شما دارین از توییتر نگاه میکنین، اگر که میتونین و براتون سخت نیست، لطفاً به ما توی یوتیوب بپیوندین که کامنتاتون رو غیر ایرانی‌ها تو یوتیوب ببینن. لینک یوتیوبم زیر همین پست رو ایکس هست، میتونین اونجا کلیکش بکنین و امیدوارم که توی یوتیوب ببینمتون. سپاسگزار از حمایتتون. Okay, let us begin with the first one. Okay, let's go back. All right. Ooh, this is going to be hard, guys. This is going to be hard. I'm telling you, listen, there's a lot of things that I can handle. I have thick skin. I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7 of those years. I can pretty much handle anything. But this one is tough because this is very personal. It hits deep. And it's hard because we know how it ends. We know how it ends. And knowing everything we know now, it's hard to watch. All right, here we go.
In 1979, a revolution topples Iranian ruler Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, and with that, a monarchy of more than 2,500 years.
Ich habe zunächst nicht an einem Umbruch geglaubt.
That's the way authoritarian regimes fall. First gradually, and then suddenly.
Okay, so already that Iranian man, I don't like him. I don't like him because he already is saying that the Shah had an authoritarian regime, which is the farthest thing from the truth. So that guy is probably like an Islamist or most likely like a communist. We unfortunately have a lot of far leftists who support the Islamists, right? And the other thing is the monarchy never ended. That is false. That is completely false. I've said this before, but let me pull it up again. There we go. I never know what I'm going to need. So I always have to play it by ear. But here we go. So this is what happened. Okay. Let me remove this. Okay. So the first thing you need to know is that the Shah never abdicated. He never gave up his throne. Okay, so when he left Iran, he had stage 4 leukemia and he was going to get treatment. Okay, And then when he eventually left, he never abdicated. He just left. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is when Shahanshah Aryamer passed away, his son, the crown prince at the time, Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is currently the Shah in exile of Iran, he actually swore the oath of succession. And here you can see in 1980, it says, in the Kubbe Palace in Cairo, October 31, 1980, Reza is 20 and officially succeeds his father. Do you see that? So right away, saying that the monarchy was ended is a lie. And that's one of the frustrating things. The succession line never ended. And you can see right here in 1980. So that's the first piece of this information, which I wanted to point out right there. And that's unfortunately one of those lies, right? And Human, you're right. The Constitution of Iran was never removed. And Omid is saying Carter backstabbed him. He said, "Sure, you come to the U.S., we will help treat you." Then this is exactly what happened. And we will get into Carter, the backstabber. We hate Carter. We hate Carter. We love Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was an ally and a friend of the Shah, but Jimmy Carter, may he rot in hell. There you go. Yeah. So you guys, like, listen to what the Iranians are saying in the chat, because they're adding a lot of very, very good information here. And, you know, mods, feel free to ban any trolls. Like, we're going to get a lot of trolls in the YouTube chat, you know, all of the free Palestine jihadis and whatever. So just feel free to ban and block at will. Like, I don't even want them in the chat right now. So that would be a huge help to me. Okay, so there you go. That's the first lie. So already, like, my alarm bells here are ringing, right? Are ringing, because you have this leftist who's calling the Shah an authoritarian, right? So this is where the false narrative of, like, the Shah was a dictator comes from. And it's these communists and leftists and progressives and Islamists who have dominated the narrative for 47 years.
The Shah's mistake was to want to do too much too fast.
Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Persia's last emperor, was a key figure in world politics in the second half of the 20th century.
Did you see that, guys? Did you see how did you notice the American flag there? Let me go back. This is what a lot of people don't realize. Okay, let me go back here. Where was I? Yeah, there you go. So do you see the American flag in the bottom corner there? And who is he with? I can't tell who he's with. This was either his visit to America with Jimmy Carter or Richard Nixon. I can't tell which visit this was, but this would have been in the late 70s for sure. All right.
20th century.
We love the
fiercest
Shah.
Opponent.
By the way, we love the Shah. This is a pro-Shah channel. So if you're going to come in and say the Shah was a dictator, blah blah blah, mods, just mute them. They can listen, but I don't want them spamming the chat with all their, like, jihadi communist nonsense. Nixon is a good guy. Carter is a bad guy. This guy right here, this guy's evil, by the way. Like, I don't understand. I mean, you can just looking at him, you can tell that this is an evil, demonic demon. Like, this guy is the vilest human being ever. He is worse than Hitler, right? I don't understand how anyone could look at him and think, yeah, he seems like a nice man. He seems like a nice guy. Like, Jimmy Carter was the biggest idiot. I'm just saying that right now. Like, yeah, Alex, you're right. This guy here could literally teach the devil on how to be evil. That's how bad this guy is.
Ayatollah Mousavi Khomeini. The Ayatollah becomes the bearer of hope for all those who are against the Shah.
Die beiden sind tatsächlich Gegenpole, so wie ihr gesellschaftliches Bild, so auch ihre beiden Personen.
they became very fierce antagonists, absolutely. And the Shah developed an almost obsession with them.
Their rivalry lasted for almost their entire lives.
So that's historical revisionism. The Shah did not have an obsession with the Islamists and communists. It was the other way around. The communists and Islamists had an obsession with overthrowing the Shah because they wanted to turn Iran into an Islamic caliphate. Okay? They even attempted several assassination attempts against the Shah, and the Shah forgave them. He literally forgave the people who tried to assassinate him. So how is it that the Shah was obsessed? It was the Islamists who were obsessed. It's the Islamists who are obsessed today as well with taking over America. So already like that guy is pissing me off. I don't know. I guess they're going to introduce and see who he is, but like so that guy is the example of like the vocal minority on the left, right? Like the Iranian left, who were actually instrumental in bringing the Islamic Republic to power because they have Pahlavi derangement syndrome. You know how like a lot of the woke left people just absolutely hate Trump for no reason, and you know they have Trump derangement syndrome? Imagine that times 1,000 for the last like 60, 70 years. It's Pahlavi derangement syndrome. These people just absolutely despise the Shah, and they will lie to get their way. They were literally willing to turn Iran into an Islamic caliphate in order to get rid of the Shah. That is how dangerous these leftists are. All right, let's continue. I don't like that guy, the mustache guy. So already this documentary to me, like, you know, I start at a 10 out of 10. For me already right now, it's like at a 3. It's a 3 for me at this moment. And this is one of the reasons why I refuse to watch English documentaries about the Islamic Revolution, because it's usually full of misinformation and it's usually dominated by the leftists and their lies, right? Anyways.
In the end, the Shah is defeated, the Ayatollah is victorious, and with him, Islamic fundamentalism, a new challenge for world politics.
That's true. So the documentary is called, okay, I didn't know that. So the documentary is called The Last Persian Shah. I mean, even the title is wrong because we actually do have a Shah right now. He swore the succession oath in 1980. I just showed you the video. Oh, sorry, I showed you the screen share of that. So there you go. I see there's a lot more people who have joined on X. So I'm just gonna, let me see how many people are watching on X right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna remind people on X because we have like 500, almost 600 people watching on X. دوستان اگر که ایرانی هستید و دارین اینو روی X نگاه میکنید، رو توییتر نگاه میکنید، اگر که میتونین لطفاً به ما روی یوتیوب بپیوندین که غیر ایرانی‌ها کامنتاتون رو هم ببینن که فقط من نیستم صحبت میکنم، اگر که میتونین، چون که توی یوتیوب کامنت ها نشون میده. لینک یوتیوب هم زیر این پست، یعنی این رو اگه ببندین لینک یوتیوب هم میبینین، لطفاً اونجا به ما بپیوندین. سپاسگزار. All right, let's get started now.
In September 1941, a young man becomes the new ruler of Iran.
Okay, this is important. This is really important because this, in and of itself, okay, automatically destroys the false narrative and Russian disinformation propaganda that the Islamists and communists put out. You know how they say, oh, the CIA, you know, got rid of Mossadegh and they installed the Shah in 1953. You know, like that stupid story they keep on spouting, which is actually complete nonsense. The reason it's nonsense is because the Shah became the Shah in 1941. So how the hell could he be installed by the CIA in 1953? This is the problem with people who don't understand anything about Iranian politics or how how the democratically elected parliament worked, right? So right here, they say, I'm not saying it, they're saying it. The Shah was, he started his reign in 1941. That in and of itself flies in the face of all of the Mossadegh nonsense, right? But again, you're going to have the low IQ propagandists who keep on talking about 1953. And, they always say Mossadegh, but they can never name any other prime minister of Iran. Like, how come these people never talk about Hoveyda? How come they never talk about the fact that Hoveyda was prime minister and then the Islamists murdered Hoveyda? They never speak about Hoveyda. They could never name any other Iranian prime minister. They only talk about Mossadegh because that's just the Russian communist Islamist disinformation that has been propagating for over 50 years. And no one's been able to counter it because actual Iranians have never had a voice. So there you go. And guys, if you're enjoying this, if you're enjoying my my critique of this documentary about the Islamic Revolution, make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you want to support me even more, you can become a member. You can become a member. And if you become a member, there's a few perks. You get a little bit more access to some of the videos that I'm doing. And you basically help me. You help me raise awareness about Islamic terrorism. You help me raise awareness about the Iranian people's fight to overthrow the Islamic Republic. So there you go. You can also be a member if you like. All right, let's continue.
At just 21 years of age, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is sworn in as the new head of state in the...
Oh my gosh. Okay, I just want to point this out. Okay, I said that I'm only going to broadcast starred comments, but this one is too important. This one is too important not to share. So Matt, you are 100% correct. Jimmy Carter helped facilitate the Muslim Revolution at the behest of his Soviet overlords. I'm old enough to remember when it happened. Carter was a traitor to the Persian people. You are 100% correct. This is what people don't understand. The reason that Jimmy Carter supported the Ayatollah is because the Soviets convinced him that the Ayatollah did not support communism, right? And I actually have an independent video, and I've spoken about it before, but you are 100% correct. The Islamic Republic, okay, the people who founded the Islamic Republic in 1979 were all trained and funded by the Soviets, okay? Jimmy Carter was a useful idiot to the Soviets. Jimmy Carter was too stupid to realize what was going on. If if Richard Nixon had still been in office when all of this was happening, the Islamic Revolution would have never happened because Richard Nixon was friends with the Shah. Richard Nixon also understood how the Soviets operate, right? Jimmy Carter, being an idiot, right? He's just a stupid idiot, actually believed the Soviets when they said, oh no, we're not connected to Khomeini. We're not connected. He's not a communist. Jimmy Carter believed them. And then as soon as the Islamic Republic took over, they took the American hostages, and then they sided with the Soviets at the time. I mean, look at the Islamic Republic right now. The Islamic Republic is allies with Russia and with China, the two biggest communist powers in the world. That's not by coincidence, guys. It's because the 1979 Islamic Revolution was funded by the Soviets, and Jimmy Carter and the Democrats were useful idiots for the Soviets at the time. Matt, you are 100% right in this comment. I just wanted to share that because it is so important, and I'm glad someone gets it and understands it. So, yeah, thank you for that. All right, let's continue.
Iranian parliament in the middle of the Second World War.
Oh, wait, let's go back a little bit because, they talk, guys, this is important. This part's important. This part's important, right? In 1941, they're referring to the Iranian parliament. So how the hell could he have been authoritarian if there was an Iranian parliament, right? Like, this is a level of misinformation that we Iranians have to constantly deal with.
In September 1941, a young man becomes the new ruler of Iran. At just 21 years of age, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is sworn in as the new head of state in the Iranian parliament in the middle of the Second World War. His father, Reza Shah Pahlavi, had remained neutral. But he made no secret of his sympathies for the Nazi regime. The Allies...
That's another lie. That is another huge, huge lie, okay? In fact, during World War II, Iran took in thousands of Jewish refugees and helped them escape the Holocaust. So it is absolutely ridiculous to claim that he was a sympathizer with the Nazis. Again, that is literally false information because it just never happened, right? Iran was neutral. During World War II, Iran was neutral, just like Switzerland. But no one ever says, how come no one ever says that Switzerland sympathized with the Nazis? How come they don't say that? But Iran was neutral, and so somehow because Iran was neutral, they were Nazi sympathizers? Why does Sweden get one standard? Sorry, why does Switzerland get one standard, but Iran gets another? Again, this is part of the, so wherever they're getting their sources from here, like they're probably getting their sources from the leftists here, right? Because the woke left Iranians, I would say, are probably like they're worse and they are more dangerous than the Islamic Republic because the woke left have infiltrated academia. And so most non-Iranians will believe the Marxists and socialists and communist Iranians because they think, oh, the guy's an academic, right? Meanwhile, the rest of us, we hate communists and socialists and Marxists, right? So that right there, that is the narrative that is used by the Iranian left to try and delegitimize the monarchy. Such nonsense.
demanded his resignation. Since Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union, the British and the Americans depend on Iran for the transport of heavy war materials to Russia, for the fight against the German Reich.
Als der Vater nach seiner Abdankung Iran verlassen hat, blieb Mohammad Reza zurück. Also der Vater Reza Schah hat ihn auch zurückgelassen, hat eben auch gesagt, du musst das hier übernehmen, du bleibst hier.
Mohammad Reza had been prepared for this task by his father from an early age. Among his...
I find it really interesting. Okay, so this is an English documentary, and yet they can't find any English speakers. Or they can't find, more than one Iranian English speaker to talk about what's happening. It's very, very bizarre. Like this random German woman is speaking about the Islamic Revolution. No hate, but this is the problem because there are so many non-Iranians who have an opinion on what happened. And most of the time, it's factually inaccurate because their opinions are informed by the woke, progressive, radical left, or it's informed by the Islamists, right? So frustrating.
His siblings, he has a special role as crown prince. His father selects his playmates and sends him to a Swiss elite boarding school to give him a Western education. Finally, he tells him who to marry. It's the Egyptian princess Fawzia. With the arranged marriage between the two dynasties, the father wants to reinforce the Pahlavi's power in Iran.
And he was a very, very powerful, charismatic figure who completely dominates.
Wait. Okay, I want to look up this guy. Abbas Milani, historian, Stanford University. I want to look up this guy because I do not like him. This is a problem. All these like woke leftists. Guys, for the Iranians in the chat, if you find out anything about him, let me know. دوستان اگه چیزی راجع به این چپگر میدونی بهم بگو. I wonder if he has a Twitter account. We should find his X account and see what he says. کتابم نوشته. All right, let's see. Okay, he does have an X account, guys. All right. We are going to do some snooping around on this guy. I want to see who this guy is. All right, let's find out together. Okay. Abbas Milani, Director Hamid and Christina Moghadam Program in Iranian Studies, Stanford University, Research Fellow at Hoover. Opinions are my own. Okay, so he's followed by quite like almost 100 people that I follow. Okay, let's see what he said. Let's see what he says here. I'll translate for you guys. Okay. All right. He mostly tweets in Farsi. So let's see what he said about Pahlavi. All right. How do I do this? All right. All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of like internet digging here, right? Like this is where we're going to snoop together on this guy and see what he actually says about Pahlavi, right? Because that is going to inform, that is going to let us know what his bias is, right? Okay. Oh. Ooh. Okay, that's fair. All right, let's see here. So he tweeted about Pahlavi August 29. Okay, so I mean he's definitely against the Islamic Republic. Okay, what is he saying here? Okay. So what's he say? Okay. I know this guy. I follow this guy. Let's see what he says. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so I don't know. دوستان اگه که چیزی راجع به میدونین فرنوش. Okay, so this is important. All right, guys. So thankfully, okay, so guys, one thing I have to say, so for the non-Iranians here, just know that Iranians are very, very good at finding info about people very, very quickly. So thankfully, the Iranians who are in the chat looked him up faster than me and they figured it out. So I just want to share what Farnoosh said here. So Farnoosh says he's a leftist that to this day continues to lie about Pahlavi. Okay, there we know. So that informs this guy's bias. Okay, so he's a leftist. And you guys have to remember, the reason why it's important to understand where an Iranian stands politically on the spectrum is because the leftists have Pahlavi derangement syndrome. And the reason that the 1979 Islamic Revolution was successful is because the Islamists were supported by the leftists, right? It was the unity of the red and black, right? Communism, Marxism, and Islamism. And that unity is actually what you're seeing today with all the pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas movements. So, okay, so this guy's a leftist. So already, like for me, this documentary, it's like out of 3, possibly 2, right? But millions of people have probably seen this documentary, which is why we Iranians are constantly fighting with that false information propaganda narrative about the Shah was a dictator and all that nonsense, right? Because it's the leftists who get all the media attention. They spout their lies. And then the rest of us are like, why? Why? I mean, the left has no shame. The left enabled the Islamists to take over Iran in 1979. And even to this day, they are still spouting nonsense about what happened because they're all grifters. They're shameless grifters. And the woke left, the communists, the socialists, the Marxists, they're a problem in every society, whether it's Iranian society, American, Canadian, Israeli, like wherever. We all know how dangerous the woke radical left is. All right, so let's continue. Now we know that guy is a leftist, which means everything that's coming out of his mouth, pretty much a lie. I mean, there will be facts, but then he will impose his own opinion on those facts, which is why the Pahlavi family is already being like demonized, right? With no proof, by the way, with no proof.
300 kilometers southwest of Tehran, the oasis town of Khomeini is situated. In 1902, Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini is born in a house on the outskirts of that town, the youngest of 6 children. He never meets his father. His father is murdered when he is 5 months old under suspicious circumstances. Khomeini will later hold Reza Shah accountable.
Oh, wow. He was okay. So someone on Twitter is saying that he's in the middle. He was a revolutionary. I don't know. If he was a revolutionary, oof, that makes it even more awkward. It's crazy that someone who enabled the Islamists to take over Iran, like he was a revolutionary, so he wanted Khomeini to come. Now he's trying to educate the West about what happened. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Until the end of his days.
Oh, I see a starred comment. So guys, like I mentioned, I will broadcast and display all starred comments to share your messages and answer your questions. Gil, I just recently found your channel, love your work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining. Appreciate your support. Welcome. I'm trying something new tonight. Basically, a lot of people have asked me for my opinion on the Islamic Revolution of 1979. And, you know, I'm not a film producer, so I don't know. You know what? Maybe at some point I will produce my own documentary on the Islamic Republic if I have the funding for it. I mean, I'm not a film producer. I don't know how to go about that, but I would absolutely love to like make my own documentary about the Islamic Republic and share the truth with you guys about what happened. But in the meantime, I've started something new. This is my first time doing it. I'm going to watch pre-existing documentaries about the Islamic Republic, and I will critique them. And of course, the Iranians in the chat will support me and they will add additional information. And then I will give you a rating on that documentary because there are tons and tons of documentaries out there. Everyone has an opinion about Iran, but no one ever really wants to hear from actual Iranians. So that's what we're trying here. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it'll catch on, maybe not, but we're doing it. We're doing it. I mean, I was going to watch this anyway, so I figured might as well record it so other people can be involved too if they're interested. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the support and enjoy the show.
Ayatollah Khomeini thought that Reza Shah personally had intervened and to save the murder. That was that bitterness left in him because in his writing.
Amir Tawhidi, I don't like him. I don't like him. He's a traitor. So this guy was one of the Shah's advisors during the, before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. He was okay at one point, but the guy right now, he is completely, like, I think he's senile, and the stuff that he tweets is absolutely ridiculous, and I don't know why people still listen to him. Like, this guy is basically, he's reached his best before date, right? Like he's pretty much expired. He should have retired a few years ago, but right now, at this very moment, he is actually hindering the movement to overthrow the Islamic Republic because he is currently attacking the current Shah in exile, and he is attacking the team around the Shah in exile. Like he should have retired years ago, but unfortunately, he likes the grift too much. So I don't like this guy. Like, ugh, I do not like him. But I mean, this documentary is was from a few years ago. So let's see what he says. But I don't like him.
You know, every now and then he says those whose fathers have been killed by Reza Shah.
Khomeini grows up without a father. This will impact him all his life. His mother takes Khomeini to a wealthy aunt.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense. So they're already trying to show the most brutal human being, one of the most brutal human beings. They're trying to humanize him. Oh, he grew up without a father and that impacted him. You know what? Lots of people grow up without fathers. It doesn't mean that they have the right to turn into a genocidal maniac like this guy did. It's wild to me how, in one breath, they're demonizing the Shah, who was beloved by the people of Iran. And then on the other hand, they're trying to humanize a brutal Islamic dictator. It's wild to me.
Who makes sure he receives a good education.
Sorry, yeah, Farnoosh, listen, I cannot watch these documentaries either. I explained at the beginning, like, I don't watch documentaries in English because they're full of lies. But the reason I'm watching them is because a lot of people have asked me for my opinion on the 1979 Islamic Revolution. They want it explained from me. And so I'm critiquing them to see if there's any good documentaries out there that people can rely upon. This one so far, I don't like.
At 5 years of age, Khomeini starts school. A village teacher teaches him how to read and write. He's a fast learner. Among his classmates, he's the most gifted. While others play, he studies and reads the Quran.
So studying and reading the Quran means you're gifted? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Do you see how they're trying to humanize him? Oh, his father died. He was so gifted. He read the Quran. Who cares if he read the Quran? Reading the Quran doesn't make you smart. Reading Einstein makes you smart. Reading Isaac Newton makes you smart. And you're right, he wasn't Iranian. He wasn't Iranian either. His father was from India.
Before Reza Shah was forced to abdicate, he had started extensive reforms in Iran. He wanted Persia to become a modern state. This included the fact that women were no longer allowed to wear a chador, the traditional veil.
That's nonsense. That is another Islamist lie. So that's another lie that the Islamists push to claim that the Shah was a dictator. He never said that women cannot wear the chador. What he said is women are now free to choose whether or not to wear the chador. There's a big difference here. Women in Iran prior to 1979 had the freedom to choose whether or not to wear the hijab. What Reza Shah the Great did is he made it acceptable for women to not want to wear the hijab. So again, that's another lie. That's another lie where they say, oh, he forced women to not wear the chador. Complete and utter nonsense. If you look at pictures from Iran in the 1960s and 1970s, women were wearing the chador all the time. All the time, guys. Okay, I'm going to pull that up because that right there, another huge lie. And that is so frustrating. That's one of those lies that the Islamists put out there to justify overthrowing the Shah. Here, let me show you. Give me a moment here. Okay, let me switch here. And what I'll do is, I'll go through the search process together so that you can see exactly what I'm looking at. So basically, I just searched Iran before 1979 in Google. And then, you can see women here. Where is it? Let's find some photos. Okay, here's one. So like you can see women wearing the chador here, right? Wait, Iran before 1979 beach. There we go. Here, okay, here's one. This is a perfect example here, okay? Wait, I want to open the image in a new tab. Okay, here you go. So this is a picture in the 1970s, okay? 1970s. This is Iranian women at the beach, okay? So here you can see two Iranian women in bikinis, and then here an Iranian woman is in a chador, okay? Women in Iran were never banned from wearing the chador. The photos prove it, right? The photos prove it, and yet the audacity for the person in that documentary to claim that Reza Shah banned it, that's another jihadi lie, right? Like, you guys have to realize that the jihadists always lie. They lie about everything. And that, unfortunately, where they say that Reza Shah banned the hijab, that's another lie that the Islamists propagate to justify the Islamic Revolution, because these people want to say Iran was always an Islamic country and everyone was Islamic. No, Iran was not. Iran was never an Islamic country. People were Muslims, right? People practiced the religion of Islam, but it was not a Muslim country. It was not governed by Sharia law. But the Islamists try to paint themselves as victims in order to justify turning Iran into an Islamic hellhole. And I can tell you right now that today, the vast majority of Iranians are not Muslim. Less than 30% of Iranians today are actually practicing Muslims. The vast majority are agnostic or atheist. There's also a rapidly growing underground movement in occupied Iran. Iranians are turning to Christianity first and then Zoroastrianism second. But less than 30% of Iranians right now are actually practicing Muslims. They just can't say anything because the crime for apostasy is death, right? So the vast majority of Iranians who have stopped practicing Islam can't even say that, because if they say that, they will be executed. Fadon, oh, thank you so much, Fadon. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say. I'm actually really glad that you guys are enjoying this. So yeah, I mean, we will continue to call out the lies and nonsense. So there you go. Now you guys know that so now you know that what they say here about Reza Shah banning the hijab is utter nonsense. That's another Islamist lie. So already this documentary is so frustrating to me. And you know what's interesting is you would never find this narrative in Iranian documentaries, right? Like no one would ever dare say in Farsi to other Iranians, Reza Shah hijab wa mamnu kard. Like they would never say that because it's not true. This is one of those lies that the Islamists propagate.
The clergy saw this as an assault on religious matters and protested.
Okay, so that makes sense. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, so do you see how the lie is being used by the Islamists to justify anger, right? And by the way, why do the imams care what women wear or don't wear? Why the hell does it matter to them, right? This is how Islamists operate. They want to control women, they want to control men, but mostly they want to control women. So don't ever fall for the jihadi propaganda that, hijab is a form of empowerment. No, hijab is a tool of oppression. Hijab symbolizes women's oppression. There is nothing empowering about it, right? Nothing like that. Because why the hell do these Islamic mullahs care so much what women wear or don't wear? Think about that, guys. Okay, let me go back a little bit so we get the full sentence of lies now that you know.
School. A village teacher teaches him how to read and write. He's a fast learner. Among his classmates, he's the most gifted. While others play, he studies and reads the Quran. Before Reza Shah was forced to abdicate, he had started extensive reforms in Iran. He wanted Persia to become a modern state. This included the fact that women were no longer allowed to wear a chador, the traditional veil. The clergy...
You know what? He can't even describe a chador properly. He says a chador was a veil. A veil implies something that covers your face. The chador is like this blanket that women wear to cover themselves. So he can't even get the actual hijab straight. Complete and utter nonsense.
Saw this as an assault on religious matters and protested.
So do you see that? So Reza Shah the Great, okay, first of all, he didn't ban the hijab. He just said women don't have to wear it. But the very fact that he said women should have the right to choose whether or not to wear Islamic hijab, that pissed off the clergy. And the clergy were like, oh, this is an assault on Islam, right? Keep that in mind, guys. Keep that in mind and think about what's happening in the West right now.
Khomeini, who was studying Islamic theory of law by then, this was a fundamental violation of the principles of Islam.
Khomeini war ein politischer Geistlicher, auch schon bevor er wirklich öffentlich auftrat.
What is she saying?
Kann man das auch festmachen an seinen Schriften. Also wir haben ein Traktat von ihm, Kashful Asrar, also die Enthüllung der Geheimnisse heißt dieser Titel. Darin greift er sehr stark Reza Shah an.
Reza Shah's abdication under pressure from the Allies must have been greatly gratifying for him. He demands that Iran will now be ruled according to Islamic law.
Wow. Okay. Guys, this is important. So the Ayatollah, right? So even from the beginning, the Islamists wanted to take control of Iran. So when Reza Shah the Great was starting to modernize Iran, right? And he gave women the choice as to whether or not to wear the hijab. That in and of itself was enough to piss off the Islamists. And what they tried to do in 1941 is they tried to turn Iran into a Sharia country in 1941, but obviously that failed. So they tried again in 1979, and unfortunately in 1979 they were successful. But guys, this is a warning to you. This is how jihadis are. They don't give up ever. You cannot negotiate with them. You cannot placate them because they literally want to take over the world and implement Sharia law everywhere else. And that demonic man, even as early as 1941, wanted to turn Iran into a Sharia law Islamic hellhole. Let's go back and listen to that again. Okay.
Shah's abdication under pressure from the Allies must have been greatly gratifying for him. He demands that Iran will now be ruled according to Islamic law again. This demand doesn't have any effect yet. Reza Shah dies in exile in South Africa in 1944. If not before, now with his son transferring the body, all eyes are on the new Shah. People wonder how he will solve the conflict with the clergy, which he inherited from his father. So far, he'd been perceived as rather restrained by the public.
I find it absolutely wild that the Islamic clergy in Iran actually felt like they had the right to dictate how people should live. They weren't politicians. How did they come into power? What made them think that they had the authority to impose Sharia law on people? By the way, those same Islamists are now coming into your countries and trying to impose Sharia law on you. That's how these people operate. They will not be satisfied until Sharia law takes over. They tried in 1941, it didn't work, but they kept at it, and then they were finally successful in 1979. Remember that, guys, because even though right now, nothing's going on, but who knows what's going to happen in 30 years? Because what happened to Iran could happen to your countries, and your woke lefty politicians are importing all of these Islamists, and the UK is 100% a good example, right? It's a good example. The UK right now is similar to Iran in 1941. You have the Islamists who are barking and complaining and demanding Sharia law, but no one's paying attention. No one's taking them seriously because, oh, they're just a small minority. No one's going to take them seriously. But they kept at it and their numbers grew. And then 40 years later in 1979, they had enough support that they took over. Do not take this lightly, guys. Do not take the threat of Sharia law lightly.
As Shakespeare says, some have greatness thrust upon them and some seize greatness. Mohammad Reza Shah had the monarchy thrown upon him. And there was a big difference with someone who goes and grabs power and creates the modern state with someone who was essentially a reluctant king.
I don't understand what he means by the monarchy was thrown on him. Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi was literally the crown prince. Like, his father was raising him to be his successor. So what the hell does this guy mean when he says the monarchy was thrown on him? That makes no sense. He was born for this role. He was trained for this role. He was educated for this role. So right away, that Iranian leftist is trying to delegitimize the monarchy, right? Like, what does he mean? What does he mean when he says, oh, the monarchy was thrown on him? He was the crown prince. Of course he was going to be the king. That's literally how a monarchy operates. That leftist guy, he's insane.
The young Shah acts surprisingly resolutely. Like his father, he wants to modernize state and society.
Gee, I wonder why. Because he was trained by his father. He was literally trained for succession. Like, it's called succession planning. So obviously he's going to follow in his father's footsteps to modernize Iran. That's how monarchies work. The narration here is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's incredibly one-sided. They're trying to humanize an evil Islamic dictator, and they're trying to demonize the Shah, who was highly educated, highly qualified, very, very beloved by his people.
But end his father's confrontational course with the clergy. His subsequent opponent, Khomeini, now...
Oh, I got another start comment. Thank you here, Major. So Major says they have to show the monarchy in a bad light in order to show the imams and democracy in a better light. You're absolutely right, 100% about that. This is definitely a very, very one-sided narrative. This documentary has an agenda, and it's not a good agenda. And, Iran actually was a democracy. Like, there was a democratically elected parliament as well. It was not a full democracy, but if you actually look at the history of Iran, the Shah was working towards that full democracy, and the Islamic clergy didn't like that. I don't know if the documentary is going to mention it, but one of the key things that the Shah did is he gave women the right to vote in 1963. That pissed off the clergy. So, in his efforts to modernize Iran and turn it into a democracy by giving women the right to vote, that pissed off this evil turban man here, because evil turban man and all evil turban men think that women are second-class citizens who must be veiled all the time and do not have the right to vote. And it frustrates me so much that these people are supported by leftists. And even today, the leftists support these evil Islamists, right? These people are literally the devil. They are demons. And yet, for whatever reason, Jimmy Carter supported these people. Very frustrating. It's like watching a horror movie.
Teaches Islamic theory of law.
Oh, wait, let
He
me go back
finds
a
a
little bit.
sympathetic ear in younger students who become...
Okay.
His subsequent opponent, Khomeini, now teaches Islamic theory of law. He finds a sympathetic ear in younger students who become radicalized. One group names themselves Fadayan-e-Islam. These martyrs of Islam are Shiite fundamentalists. They come from the ghettos of Tehran and demand the establishment of a theocratic state on the basis of the Quran.
Does that, guys, so for the non-Iranians, does that sound familiar? Does that sound like the radicals in your countries? Specifically, the people in UK, does that not sound like what the Islamists in UK are doing, where they're like going into your, they're a small group, but they're going out in the streets and they're saying, we demand Sharia law in UK. Does that not sound familiar? Because it's the same thing. It happens everywhere. And here it was happening in Iran.
Western influence is to be banned. Women must wear veils in public again.
So these people literally wanted to mandate hijab.
A couple of years, they really became very important because first of all, they assassinated a top intellectual, Mr. Ahmad Kasravi, who campaigned against Islam as a whole. Then they proceeded further and assassinated the Prime Minister, General Razmara. And
did you catch that? So the Islamists were literally assassinating political figures in order to destabilize the country so they could take over. That's how jihadis operate. Death, assassination, hostage taking, the whole thing.
Khomeini was...
oh, and by the way, okay, I want to go back a little bit because, again, you have all these like armchair experts on Iran who assume, like they always talk about like, Mossadegh. And by the way, Iranians, we hate Mossadegh. He was a Soviet asset, an agent, but they always talk about him, but they never talk about all the other prime ministers, right? Like, look, this guy literally says that a prime minister in the 1940s was assassinated by the Islamists, right? Pay attention to this. He's going to say it again.
Now teaches Islamic theory of law. He finds a sympathetic ear in younger students who become radicalized. One group names themselves Fadayan-e-Islam. These martyrs of Islam are Shiite fundamentalists. They come from the ghettos of Tehran and demand the establishment of a theocratic state on the basis of the Quran. Any Western influence is to be banned. Women must wear veils in public again.
Within a couple of years, they really became very important because first of all, they assassinated a top intellectual, Mr. Ahmad Kasravi, who campaigned against Islam as a whole. Then they proceeded further and...
Okay, so there was an intellectual who was speaking out against Islam in Iran, and the Islamic fundamentalists assassinated him. And now he's going to say that they also assassinated a prime minister. So again, to all of the people who are like, oh, Iran was a democracy and then the Shah. No, Iran was always it was a constitutional monarchy. And we had prime ministers before Mossadegh, and we had prime ministers after Mossadegh. The only reason these people, these non-Iranians, bring up Mossadegh is because they're just spouting Russian propaganda and disinformation. And ask yourself, why do these people only ever talk about Mossadegh, but they never talk about all of the other numerous prime ministers that Iran had before and after? Listen, the Islamists also assassinated an Iranian president in the 1940s.
Assassinated the Prime Minister, General Razmara. And Khomeini was the cleric who gave them clerical cover. Because, in Islam, or at least in Shiite Islam, you can't just go and kill somebody unless a clerical authority writes a fatwa, as, for example, like Khomeini wrote against Salman Rushdie.
By the way, the Islamic clerics have also written fatwas against President Trump. That is a very serious threat that needs to be taken. Like that's not a joke, guys. That's not a joke. When an Islamic cleric writes a fatwa, like your life is in danger until the very end, because these jihadis are literally insane. And if there is a fatwa against you, the jihadis will do everything they can to try and murder you because they think murdering you will get them into their weird Islamic jihadi heaven. This is also, he's going to talk about this, but this is when the Islamists attempted to assassinate the Shah. Yes, so the Islamists also attempted to assassinate the Shah of Iran because they wanted to turn Iran into an Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. So who's the radical here? Who's the authoritarian here? Do you understand why the Shah was trying so hard to defend Iran? He was not an authoritarian against regular Iranian people, but he took a very strong stance against the Islamists and the communists because they were constantly trying to murder him. No one knows about this because no one ever like mentions this, but this is when they attempted to assassinate him. Why? Because he was modernizing Iran. So how is it that this man is a dictator when he was literally giving women the right to vote and he was modernizing the country, but the Islamists and the communists who wanted to impose fundamental Sharia law on people, they were somehow the freedom fighters? Like, it's insane. Do you see how these documentaries are literally like they're engaging in historical revisionism, they're lying, and they're basically just sharing leftist, communist, Islamist propaganda. So for me, like on a scale of like, 0 to 10 for this documentary, I'm already at like, I'm at like a 2 right now. I'm at a 2 out of 10. Like I don't know. I mean, I guess I have to compare it to other documentaries to see how bad they are. The rest are bad. But this is why I literally never watch documentaries about the Islamic Revolution in English, because they're pretty much nonsense. Big Elvis, great commentary. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate that you're enjoying my rants. Usually I would just watch this on my own and just yell at my monitor. But hey, I mean, if I can at least, inform some people, give people some, context from an Iranian perspective, happy to do that. Of course, there's also a lot of Iranian accounts in the chat, in the YouTube chat, who are also giving their input. So make sure that you are listening to them. And ignore the trolls, ignore the jihadis, ignore anyone who says that the Shah was a dictator or whatever, because those are the Islamists and the communists. We're here. My channel is here to give you the truth, and we are all pro-Shah. We are Team Shah here.
In early 1949, there's an assassination attempt on the Shah as well. It was probably carried out by a terror group, but this has never been proven. The Iranian parliament blames the Moscow-following THIS party and...
Okay, this is important. I'm actually happy that the documentary narrator, when he mentioned the THIS party, he mentioned Moscow. That's important because and for all you like Mossadegh was democratically elected, jihadis, or ignorant people, pay attention because this is for you. Mossadegh was part of the THIS party. What was the THIS party? The THIS party was a Marxist communist party that wanted to infiltrate Iranian parliament, Iranian government. They wanted to overthrow the Shah, and they wanted to turn Iran into a proxy of the Soviet Union, because at that time, when the Soviet bloc still existed, Iran shared a border with the Soviet bloc. And so the Soviets were looking to expand into Iran and take over. So they basically created and funded a communist party in Iran called the THIS party. Mossadegh, Mossad, the people that the person that non-Iranians love to talk about, Mossadegh was part of the THIS party. Mossadegh was funded and trained by the Soviets. He was a KGB asset. He was not democratically elected. He was put in there to destabilize the country and he was basically working for the Soviets. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Pay attention that he said, so the narrator says, Moscow Tudeh Party. So remember, Tudeh Party means Marxist terrorists, okay? Let me go back a little bit. Pay attention, guys. This is very important. Oops. Okay.
Writes a fatwa, as for example, like Khomeini wrote against Salman Rushdie.
In early 1949, there's an assassination attempt on the Shah as well. It was probably carried out by a terror group, but this has never been proven.
Pay attention.
The Iranian parliament blames the Moscow-following Tudeh party and bans it. This comes...
So the Shah, okay, the Shah of Iran did not ban the Soviet-funded Tudeh party. It was the Parliament of Iran. The democratically elected Parliament of Iran banned the Communist Party, okay? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Whenever someone says the Shah was a dictator, he was an authoritarian, even this documentary said the Shah was an authoritarian figure. If he was an authoritarian figure, how the hell was there a parliament? How the hell did the parliament have a say in who can and can't run for office? Right? Like, do you see the biases here? I hope you're picking up on these nuances.
...and useful for the Shah, for communist ideology is equally as suspicious to him as is radical Islam. His political path is directed towards the West.
I'm looking forward with the keenest anticipation to all that I have to experience here in the greatest of the democracies in a free world.
In November 1949, the American president, Harry S. Truman, and the American people...
Do you see this? I want you guys to understand that Iran was never an enemy of the United States. As you can see, here is the Shah of Iran with Truman, two normal-looking political leaders. The flag behind me, that's the flag that's the real flag of Iran. Iran was always an ally of the United States. In fact, Iran was one of the most important allies of the United States in the Middle East. It was only when the Islamic regime came to power, right, this foreign jihadi terrorist ideology, when they occupied Iran, they got rid of our flag, they replaced it with the Arabic Allahu Akbar, and that's when they started chanting death to America or whatever. Iran has never been the enemy of the United States. It's the Islamic regime that is the enemy of the United States. It's the jihadis, it's their ideology. And yet, unfortunately, for some reason, your Western politicians are mass importing all of these jihadis into your countries. And we Iranians are like, what is going on right now? Do you guys not remember what happened in 1979? It is wild to me. It is absolutely wild to me that these jihadis are being mass imported into your countries. They block your intersections. They burn your flags. They yell Allahu Akbar. And yet, if you want to call it out, you're Islamophobic. And then they say that Iran is a problem. No, Iran is not the problem. What you're seeing here, this is the real Iran. This is what Iran was like. The problem is not Iran. The problem is that Islamic jihadist ideology that took my country hostage in 1979. And they're now coming to destabilize and take your country hostage. And the Islamic Revolution didn't happen overnight. Remember, they tried it in 1941 and it didn't work. So they went back, they recuperated, and they started a slow buildup. And then 40 years later, they were successful in 1979. And the reason they were successful is because no one in Iran took them seriously until it was too late. So let that be a warning for you guys.
People welcome Shah Mohammad Reza exuberantly, but not exactly selflessly. They want to secure access to the huge oil reserves in Iran. The Shah, on the other hand, needs support for his plans to modernize Iran from the bottom. He's interested in all technical innovations like the Hoover Dam. Not everyone likes his enthusiasm for the West.
Das Land war total abhängig. Der Schah war abhängig von den Amerikanern und von den Briten. Und wir wollten ein unabhängiges Land haben. Ein Land, das sein Schicksal selbst in die Hand nimmt.
So that is such a stupid comment to make. So he's saying that back in the 1940s, the Shah was dependent on the UK and the United States, and that, you know, pissed off the left. Well, I mean, of course, because the country was modernizing. Before his father, Reza Shah the Great, assumed the throne in 1925, I believe, Iran was an incredibly poor country. It was the Qajar dynasty, and the Qajar dynasty were basically like puppets of the Ottomans, right? Of like the Turkish Empire. Iran was an incredibly poor and destitute country before the Pahlavi dynasty came in. The reason that we call the Pahlavi family, we call them Khandan Iransaz Pahlavi, which means the Iranian, the Pahlavi Iran building family. You know why? Because they literally industrialized and built Iran. But it's not something that can happen overnight. I mean, look at the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution took decades. And yet these lefties right now are complaining, and they're saying, oh, the Shah was too dependent, as if it was somehow the Shah's fault that the economy was in shambles because they had inherited a mess from the previous dynasty. And you cannot fix 300 years of waste and corruption overnight. But when you actually look at how fast Iran was modernizing, it's incredible. And actually, in this same documentary, they say earlier that the Shah was very aggressive in modernizing. But now this guy's complaining and saying that, oh, in the 1940s, they were too dependent. Well, what do you expect? You can't have it both ways. But this is how these leftists are trying to delegitimize the Pahlavi dynasty, right? Like they're trying to push this narrative of the Pahlavi dynasty was so bad, this is why people revolted, when like this is all false, right? Like they're basically trying to justify turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. No, the CIA did not place the Shah into power. That is communist propaganda. Utter nonsense.
Selbst entscheidet.
The global economic boom after the war requires fuel. Oil.
Oh, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Literally World War, like this guy was complaining that the Shah was dependent on the UK and the United States during World War II. Are you kidding me? Like World War II was not like a normal scenario for the economy. Many countries were struggling. Even the United States was struggling. Oh, it's insane.
In Abadan, near the Persian Gulf, the world's greatest refinery is built. Since the beginning of the 20th century, oil production had been mainly in British hands. In Iran, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company is like a state within a state. When the Iranian parliament decides to nationalize the oil industry in March 1951, Great Britain pulls the oil plug on Iran. Many British experts have to leave the country. The takeover of the oil facilities by a national company is cheered on boisterously, but the oil embargo soon forces the country's economy to its knees. Extremist parties like the Communist Tudeh party take advantage.
Okay, so that's important, guys. Okay, so I'm glad that at the very least, even with all the other like disinformation or whatever, at the very least, this documentary is acknowledging the fact that the Tudeh party, remember, Mossadegh was part of the Tudeh party. The documentary is acknowledging that the Tudeh party was an extreme communist group and that these communists were taking advantage of the situation. Very similar today to what's happening in the West with the far left groups, right? The Antifa, the communists, the socialists, the Marxists, taking advantage of what's happening to join the pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas movements. It's a pattern. These communist groups are funded by the Soviets to destabilize Western society. It's happening in your countries, and it happened in Iran as well. And it didn't happen overnight, right? Like they have been trying for a while, and you can see this is the early 1950s. So even in the 1950s, the communists were trying to destabilize Iran and turn Iran into a proxy for the Soviets at the time. And Mossadegh was a part of that. Mossadegh was a KGB asset.
They become very popular. The Shah temporarily flees into exile, out of the line of fire. The mullahs and their followers, and different political groups like the communists who aim for the abolition of the monarchy and a people's republic, fight for dominance in Iran.
Do you see that? The communists? They're already saying, oh, abolish the monarchy. Like, what did the monarchy have to do with anything? But this is the propaganda that the communists have been pushing, just like the Islamists, right? Again, what happened in 1979 did not happen overnight. These communists and Islamists were working for decades to get to that point.
The Shah only manages to stay in power through the intervention of the USA. The American Secret Service, CIA, supports him with a lot of money and helps him to establish his own secret service, the Savak.
So that's really important, right? Because everyone talks about, oh, the secret police, the Shah had secret police. Savak was literally inspired by the CIA. How come no one ever complains about the CIA? The CIA exists. Does that mean America is a dictatorship? Again, that's another lie that is spouted by the Islamists and the communists. Every single country has its own form of the CIA. And Savak was the Iranian version of the CIA. What's interesting here is that this, so when people say in 1953 the CIA overthrew the democratically elected president and installed the Shah, no. As you can just see, that's not actually true. That never happened. That never happened. There was a lot of turmoil in Iran, right? Funded by the Soviets, by the way, remember? Because it was the communists funded by Soviet Russia who were trying to destabilize Iran. Because the situation was dangerous, the Shah temporarily left the country, found safety in the United States, and then when things calmed down, he went back. The CIA didn't install him. He was already the Shah as of 1941. But yet you're going to find all of these communists and Islamists who say, Iran was a democratic country, and then the CIA... No, the CIA never installed the Shah. The Shah was the Shah as of 1941. This is a critical point, okay? Keep that in mind. I'm going to go back, watch this again, because this is so important to counter that Russian propaganda and disinformation about what actually happened in 1953. And again, this is not a contentious issue in Iran, right? Like when Iranians are speaking with each other in Farsi and we're discussing the history of Iran, the politics of Iran, this is never an issue. Like, you're never going to hear someone say, in Persian that like Mossadegh was democratically elected and then the Shah was installed by the CIA. No one says that in Farsi because it's not a thing. This is only this false narrative that we as Iranians hear in English, and we usually hear it from non-Iranians who know nothing about Iran, but they just spout this one line because they think it makes them sound intelligent or smart or I don't know what, but it's literally the most idiotic thing ever and is 100% propaganda, and it is not true. No, the CIA and the British did not install the Shah. Go back and watch from the beginning. I swear to God, like if there's one lesson for people watching and actually want to learn something, if there's one lesson you take away from this live stream, do not trust non-Iranians when they say the Shah was installed in this, the CIA Mossadegh nonsense. Do not trust them because it is nonsense. It is utter, complete nonsense. Let's go back, pay attention to this, because again, now you can see that what happened in 1953 was actually a Soviet project that was funded by Soviet Russia, and they were trying to destabilize Iran and turn Iran into a proxy of the Soviet Union. And the United States helped Iran and made sure that Iran remained separate, and they actually helped Iran to not become a Soviet proxy. That is not a bad thing. The United States basically helped Iran maintain its freedom and prevented communism from taking over in Iran. Communism is a terrible thing. Communism is bad. The United States helped Iran not become a North Korea. And yet people are twisting that fact and saying the CIA installed the Shah. No, the Shah was already the Shah. The CIA helped a little bit to make sure that Iran did not become a communist country. And for that, I am grateful. I am grateful to the CIA. I am grateful to the Americans. Thank you. Thank you for helping your ally, which is what allies do. Again, the United States and Iran were allies. Allies help each other out. Allies make sure that the other country is safe.
Takeover of the oil facilities by a national company is cheered on boisterously. But the oil embargo soon forces the country's economy to its knees. Extremist parties like the Communist Tudeh party take advantage. They become very popular. The Shah temporarily flees into exile, out of the line of fire. The mullahs and their followers, and different political groups like the communists who aim for the abolition of the monarchy and a people's republic, fight for dominance in Iran. The Shah only manages to stay in power through the intervention of the USA. The American Secret Service, CIA, supports him with a lot of money and helps him to establish his own secret service, the Sabak.
So that's important because this is how the Islamists and communists operate, right? They take a fact and then they twist it so that it kind of sounds believable, but not. So the CIA did help the Shah. They didn't install the Shah. They didn't overthrow the democratically elected prime minister. The way they helped the Shah was they helped him financially. They said, okay, you need money. Here's some money. Do what you want with it. And then the Shah was able to take control of the country again and fight the communists. That's the truth. But the Islamists will take that, they'll twist it, they'll twist the narrative. And a lot of people will not bother to actually fact check to see what happened. So again, the 1953 situation is a non-issue in Iranian politics. Like when we are talking about the 1979 Islamic Revolution in our Persian-speaking spaces, whether on X or elsewhere, like we never talk about this because it's literally a non-issue because we all know, right? Like it's common knowledge among Iranians that Mossadegh was an asset of the Soviets, and Mossadegh was a traitor to Iran. Like, we hate Mossadegh. We hate Mossadegh. Mossadegh is one of the most hated figures in Iranian history. And yet non-Iranians will still try to Iran-splain our country to us as if we don't know better. I see a starred comment here. So Aim Style says, liberal media has been weaponized by Russia, China, and Iran. 100%, although it's not Iran, it's the Islamic Republic, but I totally agree with what you're saying. They want the West to fall, so they use people like Hassan, blame their own country and their allies to being the axis of evil. Yeah, I agree. Like a lot of the liberal media has been funded and trained by the communists, right? And there's a reason why a lot of the very, very far left progressive academics are sympathetic to communism, even though they've never lived in a communist country. And yet people who have escaped communism and have come to Western capitalist societies, they hate communism, but you never hear from them. The media never gives them a voice, right? It's always the academics and the progressives who romanticize communism, and yet communism is a very dangerous ideology that is constantly trying to destabilize countries. And that's exactly what they tried to do in 1953, and the Shah stopped it.
Our Shah became a kind of Roman Caesar, involved in day-to-day business, involved in day-to-day wars. And if, like the Roman Caesar, you become involved in day-to-day, like Julius Caesar, somebody will kill you.
Can we take a moment to just looking at this man? Like, I don't understand how anyone could look at this demon and think that this person is a good person, or that this person would actually be a good ruler in Iran. Like, I do not understand how anyone can look at this vile demon and think, oh yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Literally one of the most evil, demonic people in the history of human civilization. He could teach the devil how to be evil. Just saying.
During this time, Khomeini doesn't make any public statements on political questions. He withdraws to his house in the holy city of Qom, where he lives with his wife and children. Only
that was Khomeini.
His most dedicated followers come to see him, but they don't say a word about what Khomeini discusses with them either. In solitude, the clergyman continues his work on his ideas for the Islamization of the Iranian state, discreetly but with confidence.
So do you see, like, again, the Islamic Revolution didn't happen overnight. These people were literally planning to turn Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole for decades, and they never stopped. So, when I say you cannot negotiate with Islamic terrorists, this is what I'm talking about. I wish President Trump would watch at least this section of the documentary, because he thinks that he's able to negotiate with Islamic terrorists. You cannot. They will retreat. They will pretend to be, in a peace agreement or ceasefire, but literally they will retreat in order to recuperate, to build up their strength, and then they will attack again and again and again. You literally cannot negotiate with them because they are not rational people. They are not rational actors. They are jihadis. They are terrorists. Their only goal is to take over and implement Sharia law. That's what they did to Iran. And now they're coming to your countries, and God knows what's going to happen 20, 30, 40 years from now. Because that's how long it took in Iran. Remember, 1941 to 1979. This guy tried to turn Iran into an Islamic caliphate in 1941. He failed, so he went back, recuperated, bought his time, built his jihadi army, And then he was successful in 1979.
He is extremely confident when he meets the Shah in person. On behalf of the Grand Ayatollah, Khomeini asks the Shah to pardon one of the assassins from the terror group Fadayan-e-Islam, successfully.
So, again, this documentary claimed that the Shah was an authoritarian figure. And yet you just heard that one of Khomeini's followers, who's like an Islamic Jihadi, he tried to assassinate the Shah of Iran. Khomeini said to the Shah, "Can you please forgive him?" And the Shah said, "Sure, yes, I will forgive your disciple. I will forgive the man who tried to assassinate me because you wrote a fatwa that encouraged him to assassinate me." So who's the authoritarian here? Who's the dictator? Who's the terrorist? It's not the Shah. It's the Islamists who tried to assassinate him, and yet he was still kind enough to forgive them. I really respect the Shah, but I do have one criticism of the Shah. My only criticism of him is that he was not ruthless enough. My criticism of him is that he gave the Islamists too much credit. He thought that he could negotiate with them, but they are vile, evil, demonic. Like they're vile, evil demons. The Islamists, Khomeini and his disciples, vile, evil demons. His only mistake is that he thought he could negotiate with them and he thought he could make them more reasonable. And even after they tried to assassinate him, he still forgave them. That was his only mistake. He was too kind. The Shah was too merciful. He should have been more ruthless with the Islamic terrorists. My only criticism.
The Shah definitely wants dialogue with the mullahs. He keeps going on pilgrimages to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, Islam's central pilgrimage site.
That's the other thing. Like the Shah was a Muslim. He was a practicing Muslim. But he was a normal, regular Muslim who wanted to modernize and secularize Iran. But that was not good enough for the Islamic clergy. It was not good enough that he was a practicing Muslim. The Islamic clergy want Sharia law. They were literally trying to assassinate a Muslim Shah because the Shah was not Muslim enough for them. Do you see how these radicals operate?
As a Muslim, he shows respect for Islam and accepts the religious authority of the imams. But such publicity performances always serve multiple interests.
His religious feelings, I think, came from his mother. We know his mother was very religious. His father clearly was not. His politics...
So I just wanted to comment I want to respond to a comment. The problem, listen, I have spoken a lot about Saudi Arabia in my other live streams. Abdullah, if you haven't seen my other live streams, I encourage you to go and take a look at them. I've always said that Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest defenders against Islamic terrorism, right? Because people in the Middle East understand the difference between Islam and Islamic terrorism. And I'm not here to talk about religion. My focus is to raise awareness about Islamic terrorism, right? And I've always mentioned that Saudi Arabia has banned the Muslim Brotherhood. Saudi Arabia has banned Al Jazeera because Saudi Arabia understands what Islamic terrorism is about. And you guys don't tolerate that, right? Same thing with UAE, same thing with other things. So please do not take my comments or criticisms as anything to do with religion. Nothing to do with that. It's about Islamic terrorism. It's about that jihadi Islamofascist ideology that you guys are fighting as well. And you guys have banned the Muslim Brotherhood for very, very good reason. So please do not take what I'm saying as a criticism of religion. I'm not here to comment on religion whatsoever. My focus is Islamic terrorism.
towards religion has nothing to do with his religiosity. His politics to religion has to do with his fear that the greatest threat to Iran will come from the communists, and that the way to fight the communists is by strengthening religion. And that's exactly what he does.
Any ally in the fight against the influence of the communist Soviet Union is fine with the Shah. Therefore, he tries to win over the clergy, which was traditionally anti-communist and monarchist. It's a calculation which won't add up.
He certainly thought that that ideological backing was religion.
Wait, this is a new guy, guys. Okay. So, to my fellow Iranians in the chat, do we know this person? Do we know Ramin Parham? Let's look him up and see who he is, because that's going to inform our opinion of him. Let me see what I can find about him. Ramin Parham. Oh gosh, he's another leftist. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so it seems that Ramin Parham is another woke lefty communist. Okay. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Usually if it's someone that I don't know or I haven't heard of, they're usually a leftist. So, okay, guys. So here is another woke lefty who suffers from Pahlavi derangement syndrome, right? So again, these are the people who supported the Islamists to overthrow the Shah, right? When we talk about the unholy alliance of the red and the black, these people are part of the red. They're the communist, Marxist, socialist, progressives, right? So the reason that non-Iran, like this guy is not liked. And I can see in the comments here, Iranians are mentioning. So this guy, his audience is non-Iranians. So part of the reason that you have all of these lies and false narratives about the Shah is because of people like him. And so far, I have not actually seen a single Iranian in this documentary who is speaking positively of the Pahlavi dynasty. Every single Iranian so far in this documentary is speaking negatively.
And that's, again, another mistake that he made. Religion, particularly as incarnated by the Shia clergy, could never have become the ideological framework on which to build modernization and westernization.
In December 1959, there are pompous festivities in Tehran. Tabloid reporters from all over the world fight for the best picture of Mohammad Reza Shah and Farah Diba. After 2 divorces...
So this lady here, Farah Diba, she is the current Empress of Iran. She just turned 87, and we love her. We love her so much.
The new queen needs to produce the desired successor to the throne, so that the Pahlavi dynasty can live on. Farah Diba becomes an influential woman at the side of her husband. She also accompanies him on his trip to America in April 1962, where the couple are received frenetically.
So this is when the Shah visited the United States. So do you see how Iran used to be an ally of the United States? Iran was an ally until the Islamists took over and started chanting death to America. The problem is not Iran. The problem is that Jihadi ideology that took over Iran, corrupted Iran. And remember, the Shah was a Muslim. He made pilgrimages to Mecca. He was actually very good friends, for my Saudi watchers, he was good friends with the Saudis. They were allies. But the fact that he was a Muslim was not enough for the Islamic extremists because they wanted Sharia law. They wanted this like weird Shia 12er 7th century version of Sharia law. I see Ripple Effect. Thank you so much for the sticker. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. I hope you're enjoying my very frustrated commentary about this documentary, because this is like, it's like watching a nightmare, right? It's watching a nightmare unfold because we know how it's going to end.
The Shah seeks to deepen Iranian-American relations with President John F. Kennedy. Both agree that only a strong military can fend off the latent threat of the Soviet Union. Arming Iran is a done deal. For the Americans, it's a valuable business. Weapons for oil.
Die Amerikaner haben die modernsten Waffen dem Schah zur Verfügung gestellt. Seine Militärs aufgebaut. Es gab.
Do you hear that? So the Americans were helping the Shah build his army. The Americans were literally giving the best weapons and military to the Shah. Like, that's how close Iran and the United States were prior to the Islamic Republic taking the country hostage. Iran was one of the biggest allies of the United States at the time.
Unzählige militärische Berater im Iran. Die haben bestimmt, was gemacht wird und was nicht gemacht wird. Und alles, was sie gemacht haben, diente bestimmt nicht der Demokratie.
In the 1960s,
that was such a stupid comment. So he says in German, whatever they didn't serve democracy. I have no idea what that means because as the documentary said, there was already a democratically elected parliament. So for the leftists to just make this ridiculous claim that they weren't served, why? Because the Shah wanted to have a powerful army to protect his people from communists and Soviet Russia. Do you see how these leftists spin the narrative? Do you know what happens when a country is not strong enough to protect itself against the Soviets? Do you know what happens? The Ukraine war happens. It is wild to me that that Iranian leftist is speaking in German, and he's basically saying that because the United States was giving Iran the ability to defend its territorial integrity against the Soviets, that was somehow impacting democracy. The Shah never, ever used the military against the Iranian people. That is a flat out lie that the communists and the Islamists are using. I see a podcast here. Average Joe, I am working with PBD podcast booking to get you on. I'm not a big fan of PBD, so I don't know if I want to be on his podcast. I mean, you can send me a message on Twitter, on X. Maybe you can DM me there. We can talk about it a bit more, but I'm not a fan of PBD, so I don't know if I want to go on. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Iran was still a developing country. Most of the people were farmers without their own land. The land belonged to feudal masters and land barons, including a number of...
Ripple Effect, thank you so much for the sticker. I appreciate your support. I hope you're enjoying the podcast.
Mullahs and religious trusts.
Live stream.
On the 11th of January 1963, the Shah introduces an extensive program of reforms.
Okay. This is important. Okay, so in 1963, guys, in 1963, we call it the White Revolution. In Persian, it's Peyvand Shah Millat. So what happened in 1963 is the Shah, and of course his wife, the Empress of Iran, Farah Diva Pahlavi, they implemented a series of reforms to modernize Iran. So, for example, in 1963, the Shah gave Iranian women the right to vote. In fact, Iranian women had the right to vote before countries like Switzerland and Portugal, I believe. And by the way, there was never like a women's suffragette movement, right? So it's not like Iranian women were campaigning and demonstrating in the streets demanding the right to vote. The Shah, because he wanted to modernize Iran, okay, he already knew what had to be done. So without anyone even like forcing him to do it, he gave women the right to vote. Now, what happened is when he gave women the right to vote and basically said women are equal to men and they should have the ability to vote, that pissed off the Islamic clergy in Iran. That pissed off the radical jihadis because they said that women should not have the right to vote. So on top of the Islamic clergy in Iran, and again, when I say Islamic clergy, I'm only referring to Iran. So please, like I'm just talking about what's happening in Iran, no relation to other countries. The Islamic clergy in Iran who were already trying to implement Sharia law, who already were trying to force women to cover their hair and veil themselves, you can imagine how much it angered them when in 1963, the Shah said women are equal to men and women have the right to vote. So again, how the heck was the Shah a dictator? How the heck was he an authoritarian figure? I don't know of any dictators or authoritarian figures that gave women the right to vote. And by the way, if the Shah was an authoritarian and if there was no democracy in Iran, how the hell did women get the right to vote? Right? Like, you have to think critically about the lies that the communists and Islamists are spouting, right? On one hand, they say that the Shah was a dictator and there was no democracy in Iran. And then on the other hand, all of a sudden, they say the Shah gave women the right to vote. It's one or the other. Which one is it? Anyways, just listen to this part because they're gonna talk about the White Revolution here. Oh my gosh, guys, we're only like 16 minutes in on like a 1-hour documentary.
Feudal masters and land barons, including a number of mullahs and religious trusts. On the 11th of January 1963, the Shah introduces an extensive program of reforms. He calls it the White Revolution. Its aim is to markedly improve the conditions of life for the people.
Oh my God! Okay. I am rethinking my thoughts on this documentary. I was at a 2, but now I'm at a 6. And the reason that I'm at a 6, the reason for this crazy jump right now is because this is Farah Diba herself, the last Empress of Iran. She just turned 87. She is the wife of the Shah, of course. We love her. We love her so much. And the fact that this documentary is actually interviewing her and giving her a voice is making me rethink my rating. So right now we are actually at a 6, despite some of the propaganda or all the propaganda, the fact that they are actually giving her an opportunity to speak. We're at a 6, but it's a very hesitant 6 because we also have to see how the narrator is going to contextualize what she says, right? Because unfortunately they do that. So I'm going into this with an open mind, but I am very, very happy to see the Empress of Iran in this documentary. She is a phenomenal woman and we love her.
تصمیم گرفتن واقعا تصمیم و فکر خودشون بود. برای که همونطور که گفتم ایشون میخواستن مملکتشون هموطنانشون پیشرفته بشن جلو برن.
A national referendum strengthens the ambitious program, which includes the abolition of the feudal system, privatization of state-owned companies, the fight against illiteracy, and the introduction of women's voting rights.
Okay. Again, how can he be called an authoritarian figure when the Shah literally held a national referendum to see what Iranian people thought about modernizing Iran. He even literally gave them the option to voice their opinions on what to do, and people voted for that. They wanted that. This literally flies in the face of all of the Islamist jihadist propaganda that claims the Shah was a dictator. You can, like, you're seeing with your own eyes what sort of dictator has referendums, what sort of dictator gives women the right to vote. Do you see the lies that have been propagated by the communists and the Islamists for the last 50 or more, like 50, 60, 70 years?
Women are not allowed to take part in the referendum yet. However, they flock to the polling stations to demonstrate their...
Oh, wait, guys. This is important. This is important. Let me go back here. This is what I was trying to find. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Okay. I'm gonna pause. I have a point here, guys.
فکر خودشون بود. برای که همونطور که گفتم ایشون میخواستن مملکتشون هموطنانشون پیشرفته بشن جلو برن.
A national referendum strengthens the ambitious program, which includes the abolition of the feudal system, privatization of state-owned companies, the fight against illiteracy, and the introduction of women's voting rights. Women are not allowed to take part in the referendum yet.
Okay. This is important. So, remember earlier on in the documentary, so right now, okay, we're at the 17-minute mark, 17 minutes in, 2 hours worth of commentary. But do you remember earlier in the documentary, the same documentary, they said that Reza Shah, the father of the current Shah, remember when they said they banned the chador? He banned Iranian women from wearing the hijab, the chador. And then I said to you guys, that was a lie. That was just Islamist propaganda. If the chador was banned, who the hell are these women? Because they are all, like, you can see some of them are wearing the chador. So do you see how even in this documentary, they are, what's the word I'm looking for? They are, they're saying one thing and then they say the other thing, right? Oh, contradicting. They are contradicting themselves in this documentary because they first said that the chador was banned. And now they're showing literal footage of Iranian women in the 60s. And you can see that Iranian women are free. Some are wearing the chador, some are not wearing the chador, right? So do you see the kind of propaganda that is being spouted by the Islamists? And then non-Iranians just pick it up and assume it's fact. How the hell could these women be wearing the chador if it was banned, right? It makes no sense. So many contradictions in the narratives, right?
However, they flock to the polling stations to demonstrate their approval.
He wanted Iran to modernize. The White Revolution was intended to make Iran better. And it did. In many, many ways, it did. It ended feudalism in Iran. That's not an easy thing to do.
The starting point of the White Revolution was a land reform. Against the determined resistance of the clergy, the Shah hands over more than 500,000 hectares of land, an area twice the size of Luxembourg.
Why the hell would the clergy care what the Shah does with land? Do you see, like, the Shah was literally trying to modernize Iran. The clergy didn't like that. The clergy wanted to keep the old, backwards, tribal, feudal system. And yet somehow the Shah is the dictator. The Shah was a dictator for wanting to liberate people, for wanting to empower them, from wanting to lift them up out of poverty. The Shah was a dictator for giving women the right to vote. These are the lies that people have been fed. And unfortunately, most people will just believe it because if you repeat a lie enough, it sticks.
To some 30,000 destitute families.
Okay, he gave land to 30,000 poor families. He ended the feudal system. He ended the serf system. He basically gave away land to 30,000 poor families, and that pissed off the clergy. Let's go back and listen to that again.
Women are not allowed to take part in the referendum yet. However, they flock to the polling stations to demonstrate their approval.
He wanted Iran to modernize. The White Revolution was intended to make Iran better. And it did. In many, many ways it did. It ended feudalism in Iran. That's not an easy thing to do.
The starting point of the White Revolution was a land reform against the determined resistance of the clergy. The Shah hands over more than 500,000 hectares of land, an area twice the size of Luxembourg, to some 30,000 destitute families.
یه دلیل این بود که فکر می‌کردیم یعنی گفته میشد در اون زمان.
Wait, we have a new person. Okay, who's this new person? Hassan Yousefi Eshkevari, Shiite cleric. Oh my God, they actually have Ya Khoda ye Imam awardan. Oh my gosh, they have like an imam who's like speaking now. Jesus Christ. Okay, who is this guy? Let's look this guy up. Anyone know this person? Wait, what's his name again? His name is Hassan Youssef Ishkevari. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it says here that so he was trained as a cleric in Rome. Apparently he's speaking about like religious freedom. He was a former member of the Islamic Republic Parliament. He was convicted of apostasy. Ruzname-nigar. Yeah, so okay, so this guy is basically an Islamist. This guy is like part of the Islamic regime, basically. And I guess he's assuming that just because he took off his turban, that people are going to like trust him. But I mean, guys, I'm going to warn you right now. You can take the turban off of a jihadi and put him in a suit, but he's still going to be a jihadi. So, ugh. All right, let's see what this guy has to say. Oh my gosh, so he's already lying. He's basically saying that the reason the Shah was modernizing Iran is because he was pressured by the United States, which is utter bullshit, right? Like that right there is Islamist jihadi propaganda. God, I hate this guy already. Even his accent, boy, لهجهش مثل دهاتی است. Like, از لهجهش معلومه که از اون آخوندای گنده. What do you say? This means that the reforms... Okay. Wow. So he's saying that the Shah's attempts to modernize Iran served imperialistic powers. So this guy is one of those people who actually thinks giving women the right to vote was a bad thing. He thinks that giving women the right to vote, treating women as equal to men, is a Western imperialist thing. So this guy, we already hate him. He's basically a terrorist. He's a jihadi terrorist.
تامین کننده هدفهای استعماری امپریالیستیه و به نفع مردم ایران نیست.
So he just said giving women the right to vote was not in the interest of the Iranian people. Khak said it.
و یه چیز فرمایشی هست به دستور خارجی ها، به دستور آمریکایی ها.
Wow. So he's basically saying that the Shah modernized Iran because the Americans told him to, which is utter nonsense, by the way. You guys literally just saw video footage of Iranian women flocking to the voting polls to show their support for being given the right to vote. You just heard that the Shah gave away land the size of Luxembourg to 30,000 poor Iranians to empower them to become productive members of society. And then that jihadi Islamic cleric is saying that that was not in the interests of the Iranian people. Do you see how the Islamists lie? Because what the Shah did is he took power away from the Islamic clergy in Iran and he gave it to the people. That pissed off the clergy. Who's the authoritarian here? Who's the dictator? Is it the Shah that gave women the right to vote? Or was it that jihadi, I don't want to swear, that jihadi evil demon man who thinks that women shouldn't have the right to vote? I know whose side I'm on. I'm on the Shah's side. I'm not on that person's side because that person is evil. That person is a demon. That person belongs in hell. Ripple, thank you for the sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you.
In order for children to learn reading, writing, and maths, soldiers teach them in village schools.
So for those of you who joined me for my live stream yesterday, where we were, where the Shah was showing his imperial army, remember the Shah, he created a peace army. So he actually employed thousands of men and women, and he created various, military branches within the army. And these people were literally tasked with fighting poverty, fighting illiteracy, fighting hunger. And he sent thousands of the people in what he called the peace army to rural Iran to build schools and educate people. So that person that you see, okay, he's literally employed by the Shah of Iran to go and build schools in rural villages and then educate the people of Iran. That's not what a dictator does, guys. The Shah was building 4,000 schools a year to educate not just children, but to educate adults who never had an opportunity to be educated. The radical Islamists did not like that. They did not want the Iranian people to be educated.
Adult farmers and nomads have to go back to school. The Shah...
What did I just say? He literally built school for adults. He built schools for adults because he wanted Iranians to be educated and literate. And now this guy just said that even adults went back to school so that they could learn. That's what the Shah wanted. He always wanted the best for his people. But you never hear about this. You never hear about the fact that he built over 4,000 schools a year to educate the Iranian people. So again, I ask you, tell me, how was he a dictator? How was he authoritarian? Do you see how the Islamists and the communists have controlled the narrative for so long? But this is the truth. This is the truth that you never find in the media. Oh my gosh, it's the... Oh, here we go.
In order for children to learn reading, writing, and maths, soldiers teach them in village schools. Adult farmers and nomads have to go back to school. The Shah involves all strata of the population in his campaign.
You know what? That probably pissed off the Islamists. Seeing like women in schools educating young girls, that also probably pissed off the Islamists, right? Because remember, they were always campaigning to have women be second-class citizens. They wanted women to be covered in veils. They didn't want women to have the right to vote. So stuff like this really upset the jihadis.
Es gab eine Armee zur Alphabetisierung und nicht tatsächliche Bildung. Und ich meine, es ist gut, wenn die Leute alphabetisiert sind, aber Alphabetisierung bedeutet nicht.
Wow. اینا واقعا پدر سوختن. خیلی پدر سوختن. Okay, so So this leftist Islamist is basically criticizing the fact that the Shah was educating people. He's basically saying that, well, it's one thing to be literate, but political education is like, do you see, no matter what the Shah did, these leftists were always criticizing him. The Shah could have literally walked on water, and these people would have accused him of not knowing how to swim. Like, it is insane. It is insane that these communists are criticizing the Shah for raising the literacy rate. These are the people who called the Shah a dictator for wanting to educate the Iranian people. You know why? Because these are the elite, the woke left progressive communist elite who legitimately believe that education belongs to them and that the masses should be uneducated and should just follow along and believe whatever they say. This man clearly suffers from Pahlavi derangement syndrome, and he is a dangerous person.
Politische Bildung. Das ist ein sehr großer Unterschied. Und politische Bildung wurde überhaupt.
So he's saying that political education was banned from schools and universities. What does that even mean? What the hell does political education mean? And does he have any proof to back up this absolutely ridiculous claim? Because, guys, if the Shah was against political education, why the hell would he give women the right to vote? That does not make sense. Like, do you see how all these people do is lying? If the Shah was against political education, why the hell would he give women the right to vote? These people are so frustrating.
Sowohl an den Schulen als auch an den Universitäten verboten.
Khomeini takes on the role of a mouthpiece for a group of mullahs who reject this policy as pro-Western.
در اون زمان آیت الله خمینی عنوان فردی
God, I hate this man. Just assume everything he's saying is jihadi propaganda. Like, I can't even look at him.
شمرده میشد که این خواسته های مردم رو، خواسته های معترضان و مخالفان رو بازگو میکرد و با شجاعت و شهامت اینها رو پیگیری میکرد. از این جهت
This guy is literally a terrorist, okay? This guy supports Sharia law in Iran. And by the way, if this guy is such a big fan of Sharia law, why the hell is he not in Iran? That's what he wanted. He turned Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, and yet he himself is living comfortably in the West, in a Western nation. Why is that? Why is he not in Iran?
از آیت الله خمینی
Oh, he even admits he supported Khomeini in 1970. خاک تو سر.
حمایت میکردیم.
Khomeini war zu der Zeit, als er dann wirklich öffentlich auftrat, eben nicht mehr der junge Geistliche, der vorher war in Rom, der sich über Reza Shah beschwert hatte, der sich dann eben auch zurückhielt aus Respekt vor seinen Lehrern, sondern zu der Zeit war er dann eben auch schon Großayatollah, hatte sich dann eben auch schon eine ansehnliche Anhängerschaft versammelt und konnte dann natürlich.
So basically, after years of, complaining about the Shah as a young man, eventually he became an old demon and he had gained a cult following because all he did for his entire jihadi career as a cleric was grift and complain.
Auch hatte ein ganz anderes Mobilisierungspotenzial.
Khomeini takes advantage of his gain in power. He abandons his hitherto withdrawn position and openly opposes the Shah's politics. For the first time, he publicly...
So again, when the documentary says that this evil demon Khomeini opposed the Shah's politics, that means he opposed the fact that women had the right to vote and that women were being educated. he didn't like that. He didn't like the fact that the Shah was empowering women.
He warns him not to carry on with his father's ways.
By the way, who the hell is he to tell the Shah of Iran what he can and can't do? Like, who gave him the authority to dictate to the Shah of Iran how to govern the country? Do you see how these Islamists operate? They literally have the audacity to believe that they can tell other people what to do, how to dress, how to behave, all of that nonsense.
Khomeini sent a couple of letters directly addressed to the Shah, and the Shah gave a couple of speeches directly responding to them. I've quoted those at length in the Shah book, and they're remarkable. Khomeini, for his defiance, telling the Shah.
He just called the letters that a jihadi Islamic dictator sent to the Shah of Iran, demanding that the Shah of Iran not westernize the country, demanding that the Shah of Iran remove women's right to vote. He just said those letters were remarkable. Leftist propagandists are sick in the head. This man is mentally ill. There is nothing remarkable about that. That's like saying, Hitler's letters were remarkable. It is disgusting how they are trying to romanticize and defend one of the worst people in the history of human civilization.
Boy, don't do something so that I throw you out of the country like your father. And the Shah saying these little, the word is like ants, who survive in feces. We are not going to let them rule this country.
Strengthening the role of women in Iranian society is an integral part of the White Revolution.
Did you hear that? So strengthening the role of women in Iranian society was an integral part of the White Revolution. That was something that Khomeini and the jihadis did not like. So in those remarkable letters that the Islamic terrorists were sending to the Shah of Iran, they were saying to him, do not strengthen the role of women. Women are not equal to men. Women are second-class citizens. That's what the Islamists were complaining about. So who's the authoritarian here? Who's the dictator? Who's the corrupt? It's not the Shah. It's the Islamists.
Iranian women grasped this opportunity to make public use of their newly acquired rights and the associated self-confidence.
Okay, again, the Islamists claim that Reza Shah the Great banned the hijab. If he banned the hijab, how the heck is that Iranian woman on the right side of the screen? She's wearing a chador. Do you see how these people lie? They constantly lie. And yet the proof is out there that they're lying. You just have to look. It's not that hard to counter the lies that these Islamists and jihadis put out there. And here's, again, another example. This very documentary at the beginning said that Reza Shah the Great banned the hijab, banned the chador. If the chador was banned, how the hell is that Iranian woman wearing one in public? Another jihadi lie that just goes unchecked because no one bothers to look at the truth.
Women can not only vote now, they can also become political candidates.
Oh!
For Iran.
Whoa, so look at that. Not only were women given the right to vote in 1963, but they could automatically run for office. That's something that the jihadis didn't like. The jihadis didn't like the fact that women could run for office. I was a politician for 7 years in Canada. If I was in Iran, the jihadis wouldn't want me to be in office.
Iranian women, this is a milestone on their path to emancipation.
By the way, to anyone who says Iran was always an Islamic country and Iranian women always wore the hijab, you're literally seeing that that is not the case. Iranian women were free to choose whether or not to wear the hijab. It was always a choice. It was only when Khomeini, the evil demon man, took Iran hostage in 1979 and imposed Sharia law that all women were forced to wear hijab regardless of their religion. But as you can see, like this image right now, this looks like this could be in New York. It could be somewhere in Europe. Like this looks like it was in a Western country, but this is what Iran was like prior to 1979.
آزادی زنان که خیلی مهم بود، برصد حقوقی که زنان گرفتن بعد در مقایسه با خیلی ممالک اروپایی جلوتر بود.
But there was a lot of resistance.
Okay, so this is interesting. Here we have a woman politician who was a politician during the time of the Shah. So again, this flies in the face of everything that people say about the Shah. How the hell could the Shah have been an authoritarian dictator when we are literally hearing from an Iranian parliamentarian who was a politician before 1979? A woman politician, by the way. Very interesting. I'm going to write her name down. All right, let's see what she has to say.
And the first revolution in 1963 happened, led by Khomeini, happened specifically on this particular item of the voting decree.
Did you hear what she said? So she said one of the main factors that pissed off the Islamic clergy in Iran was when the Shah gave women the right to vote, and the Islamic clergy did not want women to vote. Let's go back and listen to that again, because that is key.
در مقایسه با خیلی ممالک اروپایی جلوتر بود.
But there was a lot of resistance, and the first revolution in 1963 happened, led by Khomeini, happened specifically on this particular item of the voting decree.
For Khomeini and his followers, the new role of women in politics and society is a threat to the foundation of their faith.
Wow. So these people think, and still do think, that women having the same rights as men is a threat to their religion and their ideology. That's insane. Like, these people are barbaric. Like, they are 7th century savages.
To counterattack. Khomeini denounces corruption, state violence, and the torture used by the state's secret service Savak.
Okay, so this is important. So they just casually say, okay, this makes no sense. So on one hand, he says that the Shah giving women the right to vote was a threat to the Islamic fundamentalists. And then he says the Islamic fundamentalists were also complaining about the Shah torturing people. The fact is, the Shah never tortured people. That was a lie that was spouted by the Islamists in order to justify overthrowing the Shah. Why did they want to overthrow the Shah? Because the Shah gave women the right to vote, and the Islamists did not like that. So they started a campaign of lies against the Shah, right? The lie of the Shah tortured people or whatever nonsense, right? Again, everything that comes out of the mouths of these jihadis is a lie. Do you see how the dots connect here? The Shah gave women the right to vote. The jihadis didn't like that. They saw it as a threat. So they started spreading lies about the Shah torturing people. And to this day, guys, to this day, I still cannot find a single shred of evidence of the name of any innocent person that the Shah tortured or killed. If someone, even, someone in the chat, if you can give me the name of one person that the Shah tortured and or killed, an innocent person, by the way, and if you have the proof and the facts to back it up, let me know, because I still have not found any evidence of the Shah torturing and murdering innocent people. That was an Islamist lie, because again, the jihadis will lie about anything in order to gain control and gain power. So I'm going to go back a little bit, listen to this part again, and please, guys, connect the dots. So again, the Shah gives women the right to vote. The Islamists see that as a threat. So they start spreading lies about the Shah torturing people. Pay attention. Here we go.
در مقایسه با خیلی ممالک اروپایی جلوتر بود.
But there was a lot of resistance, and the first revolution in '63 happened, led by Khomeini, happened specifically on this particular item of the voting decree.
For Khomeini and his followers, the new role of women in politics and society is a threat to the foundation of their faith. They mount a counterattack. Khomeini denounces corruption, state violence, and the torture used by the state's secret service Savak. He threatens the...
Okay, so because they are upset that the Shah gave women the right to vote and allowed them to run for office, they started a counterattack against the Shah by falsely claiming that he was torturing people.
Tyrant of our time in a speech with a black reaction to the White Revolution.
Khomeini war der Einzige, der sehr radikal damals gegen den Schah sich geäußert hat. Hat ihn gedroht.
So this guy is saying that Khomeini was threatening to depict the Shah in a negative light because the Shah was giving women the right to vote.
Dass ihn als einen sündhaften Menschen, religiös sündhaften Menschen darstellen würde. Und hat gedroht,
And because the Shah gave women the right to vote, that pissed off the Islamic jihadis in Iran so bad that not only did they threaten to lie about the Shah, but they also threatened to organize an uprising against him, right?
Einen Aufstand gegen ihn zu organisieren.
There are demonstrations and counter-demonstrations. The Shah deploys the military to the holy city of Qom. Blood is shed. Khomeini is arrested and sentenced to death. Thanks to the pleading of numerous clerics, the sentence is changed, and Khomeini is exiled to Najaf in Iran.
That was one of the biggest mistakes the Shah ever made. I said it before. The Shah's biggest and only mistake is that he was not ruthless enough. If he had executed Khomeini, we would not be in this mess today. But the Shah was too kind-hearted. The Shah kept on forgiving people who were trying to assassinate him. If the Shah was such a cruel, authoritarian dictator, how did Khomeini get a sentence of exile instead of execution? Who was the savage here? Was it the Shah, or was it this disgusting, evil demon man who was offended by the fact that women could vote? And because women could vote, he was hell-bent on taking over the country and imposing Sharia law. The Shah treated this man like a human instead of treating him like the demon that he is. That was the Shah's only mistake. The Shah was too kind.
Iraq. In the meantime, the implementation of the White Revolution is more difficult for the rural population than expected. The farmers now have their own fields to till, but they often lack seeds, water, and modern agricultural machines.
نتیجه این شد که این اصلاحات ارضی سبب شد که روستایی‌ها
God, I hate this man. Like, all he does is lie.
در ده نمیتونستن بمونن، راهی شهرها شدن. راهی شهر
Where's the translation here? I don't see the subtitles. So okay, so he's basically saying the modernization couldn't happen fast enough in the rural areas, and so they went to the towns.
شهرستان شدن، راهی تهران شدن. بعد در تهران هم چون اینا در داخل شهر نمیتونستن زندگی بکنن، آمدن حاشیه نشین.
Okay, so he's basically saying like, so the rural areas weren't modernizing fast enough, and so they came to Tehran, the capital, but they couldn't live there, so they went to the outskirts. I don't know, he's like spouting like nonsense.
به همین حاشیه‌نشین‌ها بودن در دوره انقلاب جزو سربازان انقلاب شدن.
So he's basically saying these like villagers would come to Tehran, and then they basically like were radicalized by the clergy, and then it was those villagers who helped to like support the clergy and the communists.
If you're going to end feudalism and you're going to bring millions of people into the city, you have to be prepared for it. You have to think, who is going to teach these people the political rules of the new game? And then he made it impossible for anyone other than the clergy to have a political organization in Iran.
What? Nonsense.
At first, Khomeini completely secludes himself in his exile in Najaf, a stronghold of Shiite Islam in Iraq. At 60, he believes he's finished. He's isolated. Many Iraqi scribes don't want to have anything to do with his political activities.
That's wild. Like, so Najaf is a city in Iraq. Like, even the Iraqi clerics wanted nothing to do with Khomeini because I guess they saw how like evil and demonic and vile he was, right? Like, even the other clergy in Iraq didn't want to associate with him.
He immerses himself in his studies of the Holy Scriptures again. He only communicates with very few of his pupils to stay abreast of the situation in Iran. One of his few pillars is his family, who have followed him into exile.
He was this distant figure, very little interest in anything other than his mosque and his books. He never went once 2 blocks from his house, the other side, to see a river.
So they're trying to romanticize him as this scholar. But what I'm hearing is that Khomeini was an uneducated bastard who never studied anything other than the Quran, never went anywhere, never traveled, never experienced anything, right? Like, he was basically like the definition of like a 7th century inbred, uneducated jihadi who didn't even go outside of his home because he was just like a savage, low IQ barbarian. And these people are trying to romanticize it somehow.
He went to his mosque and came home for 14 years.
So someone goes to a mosque and comes home for 14 years. That's it, nothing else. No world experience, no education, no nothing. And they were romanticizing this guy and claiming he was like basically they were saying he was the next Gandhi. Like, that's how insane it was.
Meanwhile, in Iran, in October 1967, the Shah continues the grandeur of the old days. The Shah had always stressed that he wanted to achieve something for his country before ascending the peacock throne with...
This is so important. So remember, guys, remember, the Shah, okay, the Shah started his reign in 1941, okay? So he became the Shah of Iran in 1941. He didn't officially coronate himself until 1967, because when he became the Shah of Iran in 1941, he was so much like he put Iran first so much that he said, I will not coronate myself until I have fixed Iran. That's how much he loved his country. That's how much he was Iran first, okay? So he didn't even have a coronation ceremony until 26 years after he became the Shah, because his focus was on Iran. His focus was on modernizing Iran. His focus was on making Iran a better place for Iranians. And then when he finally achieved his goals, then in 1967, he had a coronation ceremony. I don't know of any other monarch who waited 26 years for a coronation ceremony. And yet somehow this guy is an authoritarian dictator. Do you see the nonsense? I hope you're starting to see the propaganda and nonsense here, because there's a lot of lies and disinformation out there. And these jihadis and these communists and these Islamists, they never talk about the fact that the Shah waited 26 years before coronating himself because he wanted to improve Iran first. The Shah gave women in Iran the right to vote before his coronation ceremony. Remember that.
All honors. Now he has himself crowned emperor in Tehran. The clergy supports him. The Shah has always factored the clergy into his public appearances. He knows how important it is, especially for the ordinary people, to reference the religious foundation of the ruling dynasty. Now it seems he has arrived. He is the Shahanshah, the King of Kings. And he also crowns his wife Empress, something that has never happened before in Persia's long history.
I love that.
همیشه میگم موقعی که حضرت تاجو به سر من گذاشتن مثل که تاجو به سر تمام زنان ایران گذاشتن.
So the fact that he crowned the Empress of Iran, the reason he did it is because he was so much into promoting women's rights. Remember, the Shah gave Iranian women the right to vote in 1963 before Switzerland and Portugal, and I think someone mentioned Sweden as well. And so the coronation of the Empress was symbolic in the sense of recognizing the importance of Iranian women in society. And again, that is something that would piss off Khomeini and the evil jihadis who wanted to impose Sharia law, right? Like they did not like the fact that the Shah was empowering Iranian women. They see the empowerment of women as Western corruption.
و خب در تاریخ مملکت ما خیلی مهم بود این و راستش من اینقدر فکر نمی‌کردم که من مهم شدم. میدونید واقعا فکر می‌کردم که یه کاری برای پیش بردن و احترام به زنان.
In May and June 1967, the glamorous couple is on a state visit in West Germany. They are welcomed by Federal President Lübke and Federal Chancellor Kiesinger. The visit mainly serves economic interests. The Shah visits the big steel companies along the Rhine and Ruhr rivers because he needs support for the industrialization of his country, for instance with the construction of new reservoir dams for the irrigation of farmland. It's a lucrative opportunity for the German economy.
Er hat das Potenzial des Marktes gesehen. Die Banken waren auch beteiligt und daran interessiert, als Finanzier für derartige Dinge in Frage zu kommen, sodass das eigentlich ein Geben und Nehmen war.
When the ruling couple visits the German opera in Berlin, the ugly face of the Shah regime is revealed. Members of his secret service Sabak attack demonstrators who are protesting against suppression and torture in Iran.
First of all, that was a staged demonstration by the communists and the jihadis, right? Again, we already established and determined that the communists were funded by the Soviets, right? The documentary even said earlier. By the way, it's wild to me that people who are, police officers who are tasked with the security of the Shah are using sticks to push back violent demonstrators, and somehow the Savak are the savages. That's literally what riot police do. Riot police are tasked with keeping the peace, and if that means having to use force, they do. But no one criticizes riot police, and yet somehow these people are considered savage. This is part of the lies and slander that the people used, the communists and Marxists used, to justify why the Shah was. Again, Savak it's police. It's police officers. Their role is to maintain the security of the state. And police officers are sanctioned by the state to use force when necessary. And it's crazy to me that this is somehow viewed as like a savage tactic.
The situation escalates. The visit of the Shah and the protests against his policy.
Like, I've seen police officers in Canada do far, far worse. It's wild.
Politics mark a turning point in the history of West Germany. In Tehran, the Shah's monument, which Farah Diba had commissioned, is meant as an architectural expression of the new modern identity of the empire. In the old imperial city of Persepolis, on the other hand, the Shah commemorates the Persian Empire's 2,500 years of history with an ostentatious celebration. In 1971, the biggest...
So I went over this yesterday. In my live stream yesterday, I went over the full documentary, and I also explained how one of the lies that the Islamists used to justify the 1979 Islamic Revolution is they complained about the Shah's party in the desert. The party in the desert was, in fact, the commemoration of the 2,500-year anniversary of the Persian Empire. And every single penny that the Shah invested in that celebration was rewarded tenfold, because after that celebration, tourism in Iran exploded because everyone now wanted to visit Iran. And as someone who was a former politician, I was in office for 7 years, I was in politics for 10 years. Every single government has a budget to spend on tourism, culture, and heritage, right? Governments understand, functioning governments understand and recognize that it is important to invest in tourism and tourist attractions. It is important to invest in heritage and culture because that attracts tourists, and tourists are good for the economy. Why do you think American governments invest in 4th of July celebrations? Because it's good for the economy. So the Shah, he was a very, very forward-thinking individual. In 1971, he invested in a ceremony, not just any ceremony. This wasn't like a random thing. This was literally the anniversary of 2,500 years of the Persian Empire. Kind of a big deal, right? That's like Iran turned 2,500 years old. Most countries in the world are not even 1,000 years old. America is not even 500 years old. I think it was a pretty good thing. In fact, I wish the Shah had invested more in that celebration. I would have loved for him to invest more. I wish he had this parade every year because this would be a huge tourist attraction, right? Look at Oktoberfest in Germany. Oktoberfest is about beer and sausages, and yet it attracts hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to Germany. And yet what you're about to hear in this documentary, I can pretty much predict it. The Islamists used this celebration, they used this investment in Iranian history and culture and tourism, and they turn it around because, again, the jihadis always lie. They said the Shah held an expensive party in the desert. And you're going to hear that constantly, right? Expensive party in the desert. It was not an expensive party in the desert. It was a 2,500 year commemoration of the birth of the Persian Empire. But the jihadis, they don't like that. They don't like the Iranian identity. Again, for them, everything is about Sharia law. Everything is about Islam, nothing else. And so this was a threat to them. The fact that the Shah was putting the Iranian identity first before Islam was a threat to these jihadis because they were hell-bent on imposing Sharia law. And the Persian Empire is older than that. So that was a threat to the Islamists. You're going to hear about this now, but I'm giving you some context so that when they start talking about the party in the desert, you know exactly what it is and what I'm referring to. And in fact, if you go to my live stream from yesterday, I spent about 2 to 3 hours walking people through this exact celebration.
Party in the world is held in the middle of the desert. Monarchs, heads of state, and dictators attend.
So the reason it was held in the middle of the desert is because that's where Persepolis is. It's not like the Shah just like randomly flew into the desert and said, I'm going to have a party. No, they commemorated the 2,500 year anniversary of the Persian Empire at the capital of the Persian Empire, which was Persepolis. That is where the tomb of Cyrus the Great is located. Cyrus the Great is the founder of the Persian Empire. So the Shah decided to commemorate the 2,500 year birthday of Iran at the tomb of Cyrus the Great. So it's not like it was just randomly deciding to party in the desert. No, it was at a significant historical site, a site that to this day is still very, very important for the Iranian people. And every year, Iranian people at this time, actually around this time, they will go to Persepolis, which is in the desert, to celebrate and commemorate the birthday of Cyrus the Great. That's what the Shah did in 1979, and that's what the Islamists were complaining about.
Population is not invited.
It was one of those things that the intention was well, but the execution.
Of course, the communist lefty is going to complain because, again, everything the Shah does, according to these people, was wrong, right? Again, the Shah could literally walk on water, and these people would accuse him of not knowing how to swim.
Went so much in exaggerated way, mixed with cronyism and corruption, that I think it backfired on him.
Okay, what cronyism and corruption is he? Do you see how they just throw out these buzzwords again? He just says, oh, there was cronyism and corruption, but no facts, no examples. What cronyism and corruption is he speaking about? Because I don't know of any. That's how these people are. They operate based off of lies. This is how they built the case to overthrow the Shah.
In order to lead the White Revolution to success, the Shah upgrades the technology of the country with the help of capital assistance from abroad. He invests billions in electrification and numerous other industries. He wants Iran to get in with modernity and become great again, just like the Persian Empire was historically.
I think that our country in the next 10 years will be what you are today.
I love him.
in the next 25 years, according to other people, I'm not saying that, will be among
The Shah was so educated. He was a visionary. He was a man ahead of his time. What sort of corrupt authoritarian dictator invests billions of dollars into his own country to modernize it? Everything that you think you know about him is a lie. You have been lied to by the communists and by the Islamists. And every single lie about the Shah is actually an admission of their own guilt. Everything that they accuse the Shah of doing is actually what they have been doing themselves to the Iranian people. Keep that in mind. This man is an amazing, amazing man, and we all love him.
5 most prosperous countries of the world.
To this end, the Shah also invests in nuclear energy. US, American, and French companies want to do this lucrative deal. In the end, however, it's West German businesses who signed the deal with Iran.
So I see we have some new Islamist and Jihadi trolls in the YouTube chat. Again, you're still spouting the same propaganda. You're saying the Shah killed thousands or whatever. Please give me the name of one innocent person that the Shah tortured or executed. Put it in the chat. Put the name of one innocent person that the Shah tortured or executed. And give me one example. You're not Iranian, but you think you know more about Iran than us Iranians? All right, give me a name. Because if you think you know my country or my country's history better than me, please prove me wrong. But until then, just keep your propaganda to yourself.
Stolz, dass wir den Auftrag bekamen, das erste Atomkraftwerk im Iran zu bauen, also Siemens KWU. Auf der anderen Seite habe ich mich natürlich gefragt, warum baut ein Land, das unendlich viele Energiereserven, Öl und Gas hat, warum bauen die überhaupt ein teures Atomkraftwerk?
What a ridiculous statement. So Canada has a lot of oil and natural gas, and yet Canada has nuclear power stations as well. Do you see how they're trying to paint, they're trying so desperately to paint a negative picture of the Shah? No, that's not an A10 Warthog, it's a Firebahar. But do you see how they are trying to find every possible angle they can to criticize the Shah? And it's the United States literally wanted to get involved and help the Shah build nuclear facilities in Iran, right? Because the United States and the Shah were allies. The Shah was an ally of the United States. And yet somehow this random German guy thinks he knows more about the Shah than high-level officials in the United States at the time. It's just these it's these small things that they put in this documentary that kind of they're trying to desperately build a case for they're trying to desperately build a case to justify overthrowing the Shah, because when you actually look at the facts, you can see there was no justification, and the whole thing was funded by the Soviets, and everything that they said about the Shah was a lie.
Die deutsche Wirtschaft, auch der Opportunismus eine Rolle. Wir waren interessiert zu liefern oder zu investieren.
The motivation came from the necessity of his time, whether we like it or not. Modernization is to a large extent westernization. You can't modernize.
I like how he's talking about westernization from the comfort of his Western home, right? These communists are scumbags. He's criticizing the Shah for wanting to modernize and westernize Iran, and yet he's criticizing the Shah from the comforts of a Western country. Do you see the hypocrisy here?
Without westernizing.
The capital, Tehran in particular, opens itself up to the cultural lifestyle of the West and becomes a modern metropolis. Veiled women are now hardly to be seen anywhere in the town. Young people are allowed to travel without restrictions and educate themselves.
Wow. Look at that. The Shah was supposedly this corrupt authoritarian figure, and yet young people are free to educate themselves and they're free to travel. I don't know about you, but I don't know of any authoritarian country where young people are allowed to educate themselves and freely travel. Do you guys know of a single authoritarian country where young people have these sorts of freedoms?
They enjoy all the advantages of a cosmopolitan city and show no inhibitions. On the other hand, the political power structures don't change at all. They remain traditionally monarchist and tailored to the Shah.
And why is that a problem? There are many functional monarchies in the world. Why is that a problem? I mean, why change something when it's working perfectly fine?
Alles alleine entscheiden. Und das war der Fehler, der erstens alle Misserfolge, die hatte.
Oh my gosh, they brought in like another lefty. And he's literally saying oppositionists of the Shah's regime, right? So these are the people. So we have a word for people like this, okay? In Farsi, we call them like Nasl Panjo Hafti or whatever, which basically means the 79 generation. These are the people who ruined Iran, okay? This Pedar Sukhte is responsible for turning Iran into the Islamic hellhole it is today. They didn't like the fact that Iran was a functioning constitutional monarchy. They were greedy. They wanted power for themselves. So they were literally willing to work with the Islamists to overthrow the Shah in order to gain some sort of power or control. These people are vile. They are evil. This is the woke left. These are the communists and socialists who are also now gaining power in your own countries.
Erklärt und letztendlich auch das, was zu seinem Ende geführt hat.
و وزرای شاه جرأت نمی‌کردن به شاه بگویند وضعیت اقتصادی.
Oh my God. So this guy as well is a supporter of the Islamic Republic. This guy is a supporter of the Islamic Republic. Oh my gosh.
خراب است. اینا همه ناشی میشد از این تغییر از بالا، اونم به شیوه استبدادی.
It's wild to me. So it is absolutely wild to me that these jihadis are complaining about the Shah, and yet they were literally advocating for Sharia law. The Shah was actually modernizing Iran. People were free to do what they wanted to do. That pissed off the jihadi Islamic clerics who wanted to impose Sharia law on people. And yet they have the audacity to say that the Shah was authoritarian. They were the ones who were authoritarian. Remember, they were the ones who felt threatened by the fact that the Shah gave women the right to vote. And they thought that that was a threat to their religion. And that's why they were hell-bent on imposing Sharia law on Iran. They are the dictators. They are the authoritarians, not the Shah.
پر از فساد بود و جنایت ها و کشتن روشنفکران فراری.
Okay, so again, he's saying like the Shah killed intellectuals. Please, can you share the name of one intellectual that the Shah killed? Remember, even in this very documentary, when Khomeini himself was sentenced to death, the Shah showed mercy and changed his sentence to exile. He exiled the Islamist instead of executing him. And then the jihadis came back and took control of Iran. So this is one of those Islamist jihadi lies. Like they'll just spout it. Oh, the Shah killed intellectuals. Give me the name of a single intellectual that the Shah murdered. And they can't. They can't because it doesn't exist. This right here is pure jihadi Islamist propaganda. And this man belongs in hell.
دادن روشنفکران و خیانت به لحاظی که ایران رو زیر سلطه بیگانه نگاه می داشت.
In contrast, in Najaf in Iraq, time seems to have stood still. Khomeini holds lectures for a small circle of students. He thinks about what an Islamic legal system could be like, with the clergy taking on a leading role. He condemns the shallowness and pure sensual pleasures of the West, attacks the colonial powers and Israel.
So do you see what these jihadi people are all about? It was always about attacking the West. It was always about attacking imperialism. It was always about having this Islamic caliphate that was governed by these clerics literally believe that they have the God-given right to control the world and to dictate how people can live their lives. They literally think they have the right to do that.
Demands the end of separation of politics and religion. The transcripts of the lectures are published in a book about the Islamic State.
I think I was one of the maybe first people to read it. I was shocked by it. But I, like a lot of other simple people like me, thought this would never work. This is a medieval idea. Iran, that has had a constitutional revolution in 1905.
Okay, guys, remember when I said to you earlier that Iran was a constitutional monarchy? There was a democratically elected parliament. How the hell could the Shah be a dictator? This guy now, after like all this time complaining about how the Shah was an authoritarian figure and blah, 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 he now literally admitted that there was a constitutional revolution in 1905 and that Iran has been a constitutional monarchy since that time. They are literally contradicting themselves in the same breath. It is wild to me.
07 is not going to let the clergy come and
let's go back. It's like he's literally admitting that Iran was a constitutional monarchy. People had the right to vote. All of this, the Shah was an authoritarian, is complete and utter nonsense, guys. Like, do you see the lies? They are contradicting themselves.
The end of separation of politics and religion. The transcripts of the lectures are published in a book about the Islamic State.
I think I was one of the maybe first people to read it. I was shocked by it. But I, like a lot of other simple people like me, thought this would never work. This is a medieval idea. Iran, that has had a constitutional revolution in 1905, 07, is not going to let the clergy come and cut off people's hands in public squares. And it's not going to let the clergy rule because they know Sharia.
So even the leftists didn't take the threat of the jihadis seriously, right? Because they were like, Sharia law is never going to take over Iran. We've been a constitutional monarchy for so long. We're westernized. But guys, I'm telling you right now, if it could happen to Iran, it can happen to your countries. Because the Islamic Revolution didn't happen overnight. This was something in the making for several decades. Remember, Khomeini tried to make Iran a Islamic Sharia state in 1941. It didn't work. So then he basically took his time, and then he was successful in 1979. And people didn't take the threat seriously because they never imagined Iran going from a modern, westernized, secular country to a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. But that's what happened in Iran. And if you guys don't pay attention in your countries, it could happen to you.
I was wrong, as were a lot of other
He was wrong.
countries and forces.
In Iran, this book about the Islamic State is not published, but banned. They want to prevent the radical ideas and theological demands of the Shiite cleric from spreading. But the censorship only increases the fascination Khomeini's book holds for the opponents of the ruling class.
کتاب ولایت فقیه ایشون رو چند سال پیش از پیروزی انقلاب من خودم بارها
I hate this jihadi man. I hate this jihadi man.
عرض کنم که تو شهرستان ها بردم، جاهای مختلف بردم.
So this evil demonic man who belongs in hell was literally promoting Khomeini's jihadi book, right? So like he was going to various villages and basically converting people to join the cause of like the global caliphate.
دادم به دست افراد و البته این در حالی بود که اگر واقعا این کار ما به دست ساواک میرسید، ساواک متوجه میشد، خیلی به اصطلاح برای ما سنگین تمام میشد، گران تمام میشد، ولی در این حال ما این کار انجام میدادیم.
Those who politically oppose the Shah's regime face imprisonment in the Iranian Secret Service Savak's prison, where torture and executions are daily fare.
That is a complete lie. That is total and utter nonsense. These lies were actually debunked. It's actually the Islamic Republic that is torturing and murdering Iranians. In fact, on average, the Islamic Republic murders 3 Iranians a day. We have the documents to back it up and prove that. But these people who spread these lies about the Shah, they don't have the documents. Again, these are Islamists. You cannot trust what they say. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. Everything that they have been accusing the Shah of doing is in fact what they have been doing to the Iranian people.
This was one thing the students had demonstrated against when the Shah visited Germany.
And the other thing is that they corrupted the youth by spreading these lies. And you guys have to remember, back in the 1970s, there was no access to information, right? There was no internet. There were no cell phones. There were no computers, really. The people at the time, they actually trusted the Islamic clergy because, you know, they were supposed to be men of God. They were supposed to be righteous and truthful. So when the Islamic clergy were going around spreading lies about the Shah, the people believed them because why would they lie? And there was no way for people to fact check. So this is how the Islamists and the communists were spreading propaganda about the Shah. And even to this day, this document, like this person is narrating the propaganda, but they have no proof to back it up, right? Like they're just showing B-roll footage here. They're just showing B-roll footage. But I hope you're getting a sense of the kinds of propaganda that we Iranians have had to deal with from the Islamists for the last 47 years, if not longer.
There is no getting out of the dreaded detention center, which was built by German architects in the 1930s. Iranian...
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, they're probably not going to mention it in this documentary, but Phil Mission, you're absolutely right. The same people who were claiming that the Shah tortured people also said that they saw the face of Khomeini in the moon, and that was a sign from God that Khomeini should be the leader of the Islamic Revolution. Like, that's how insane these people were.
Politicians who are active today, like the current supreme religious leader Ali Khamenei, were imprisoned there during the reign of the Shah.
Okay. We're going to go back because this is really important. So they're talking about all these like, oh, the poor innocent political prisoners. One of those political prisoners is the current dictator of the Islamic Republic, Khamenei. He is just as evil as the original Khomeini, okay? He was a prisoner here. If the Shah was so cruel, if the Shah was so savage, how the hell is Khomeini alive today? The people that the Shah imprisoned, I'll tell you exactly who the Shah imprisoned. He had about 3,000, 3,000 people in these jails. And all of those people that he had imprisoned, they were terrorists. They were either Marxist terrorists funded by the Soviets, or they were Islamic terrorists, okay? Khomeini, the current supreme dictator of the Islamic Republic, who is responsible for the deaths of millions of people, was in this jail. So the next time someone says to you, or someone spouts that jihadi propaganda that the Shah had political prisoners, ask them, who were those political prisoners? Because none of those political prisoners were innocent people. They were all terrorists, and they were all a threat to society. And the Shah's biggest mistake is that he was not ruthless enough. He should not have shown mercy to those savages, because those savages have caused death and destruction in Iran for the last 47 years. And Khomeini is one of them. Pay attention to this part.
This was one thing the students had demonstrated against when the Shah visited Germany. There is no getting out of the dreaded detention center, which was built by German architects in the 1930s.
Here's the part.
Iranian politicians who are active today, like the current supreme religious leader Ali Khamenei, were imprisoned there during the reign of the Shah.
Okay, Khamenei is not an Iranian politician, because that implies that there's some sort of functioning political system in Iran. Khamenei is a dictator. He is the supreme dictator of the Islamic Republic. He is an evil, evil man. The Shah was 100% right in imprisoning him, because he is a danger to society, as we all know.
Did they do bad things? Absolutely. Did they torture people? Absolutely. You can't forget that they actually did torture people. They tortured a lot of people. They executed a lot of people.
It's all lies. He has no proof to back it up. Again, that's what the communists do. They'll just say, oh, and he just repeats it, right? Oh, did they? Of course they did. They did it to so many people. But he can't give like a single name or an example, because these people are lying.
But the opposition was also very successful in exaggerating the number of people who were in prison. We used to say in the Confederation that there are hundreds of thousands of prisoners in Iran. The actual number was about 4,000.
Did you hear that? So leading up to the revolution, he literally just admitted that his side lied about how many political prisoners the Shah had, because they wanted to inflate the numbers and they wanted to build a case against the Shah. So they claimed that there were hundreds of thousands of political prisoners. Now, he said the number was 4,000, but it's actually 3,000. And every single one of those people were either Marxist terrorists or they were Islamic terrorists, right? And he just admitted that they actually lied to build a case against the Shah.
Dissent, or worse, resistance, had no place in the Shah's regime. There is no open political dialogue on the country's social and political development.
That's completely false. The Shah banned communism. Why did the Shah ban communism? Because communism is a threat to society. Communism destabilizes societies. The Shah was right in banning communism. And in fact, there are many Western European countries right now that are banning communism. The Czech Republic just passed legislation to ban communism in the Czech Republic because they view it as a threat to their society. They view it as something that will destabilize and could possibly overthrow the government. Does that mean the Czech Republic is a dictatorship? That the Czech Republic is an authoritarian system? No. Communism is the enemy of the West. And yet somehow this documentary is making it seem as if the Shah was an authoritarian figure. No, he was protecting Iranian society by banning those ideologies that pose a threat, like communism, like Islamism.
Parties from left to right are mostly silenced. The opposition has fled abroad or is imprisoned. The Shah's...
By opposition, again, the opposition that has fled abroad is Khomeini, right? The evil jihadi Islamic cleric who wants to impose Sharia law. That's the opposition that they're referring to, right? It's either the Islamists or the Marxists. Of course, they're going to be imprisoned because they are opposing the existence of the society itself.
Autocratic regime results in him losing contact with the people in his country more and more.
Das Land entwickelt sich nur dann, wenn die Menschen eine gewisse Autonomie bekommen. Das heißt, wenn sie das eigene Schicksal selbst in die Hand nehmen. Das ist ein Prozess der Demokratie. Ohne Demokratie, ohne Teilnahme der Bevölkerung läuft nichts.
Okay, so he says without the participation of the people, nothing will happen. The Shah literally gave women the right to vote in 1963. There were functioning parliaments. We literally just heard from an Iranian woman who was a member of parliament during the Shah's time. She got elected in. She was voted in to be a parliamentarian.
For instance, the dealers on the markets play an important social role in Iran. Millions of people come and shop with them every day. The Shah, however, doesn't really take the bazaris, the market dealers, into consideration in his politics of westernization. Department stores, chain stores, and supermarkets like the ones you can find in the West threaten their livelihood. The Shah doesn't realize the consequences of his policies and how many enemies he creates for himself with them.
Die iranische Revolution war ja erstmal per se keine rein islamische Revolution, sondern vereinte eben ganz unterschiedliche Kräfte, die eben auch in der iranischen Geschichte sehr stark waren. Deshalb würde ich das nicht reduzieren wollen auf so eine geistliche Opposition gegenüber dem Pahlavi-Staat.
Tehran in particular, with its modern high-rise buildings, becomes the symbol of this belief in progress. But many people can't keep up with the Shah's pace. So they turn to that institution which is familiar to them and which gives them security in their insecurity.
It completely went after the left, whether it was the left that was dependent on the Soviet Union or whether it...
Did you hear that? So he literally just admitted what I have been saying this entire time. The Shah was going after people who were being funded by the Soviet Union to destabilize Iran. When you are funded by a foreign government to destabilize your country, that's called treason. This guy is literally complaining that the Shah was going after people who were traitors to Iran. He's literally admitting that there was a Russian destabilization project that was happening in Iran. He just said that. Listen to this.
Their insecurity.
It completely went after the left, whether it was the left that was dependent on the Soviet Union or whether it was the social democratic left. The only people...
What does he mean when he says the left that was dependent on the Soviet Union? Do you see how these communists operate? Do you see how the Soviet Union has tentacles everywhere? And the Shah saw that. And he was trying to prevent the influence of the Soviets in his own country. And then this lefty, this communist, is complaining as if that was a bad thing.
Who were allowed to build mosques, build schools, teach their own cadres, were the religious folks. And you bring millions into the cities, in shanty towns, concentrate them, made them easy to mobilize, and allow the clergy to be the only one who's active there. And then people are surprised that the revolution was won by the clergy.
The Shah has many mosques renovated in the 1970s. The number of Quran schools also rises immensely. This way, he wants to assure the clergy how important Islam as an essential foundation of Iranian society is to him.
So even though the Shah was a Muslim himself, and even though he was building mosques, that was not enough for the clergy in Iran, because they did not like the fact that the Shah was modernizing Iran. He did not like the fact that women were given the right to vote. They did not like the fact that women did not have to cover their hair if they didn't want to. So no matter how much the Shah tried to appease the Islamists, it was never good enough for them. Take that as a lesson. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And no matter how much the Shah tried to appease them, they still ended up overthrowing him and imposing Sharia law on Iran. Remember that.
Despite focusing his politics on the West. With his public appearances and his annual pilgrimages to the city of Mashhad, which is one of the 7 holy cities of Islam, he hopes to keep the clergy securely on his side.
He saw religion as his last line of defense. He saw religion as his most powerful stronghold within the country. And that's where he made a massive miscalculation, massive strategic and ideological and political miscalculation, because what he thought of as his most powerful stronghold and backing turned out to be his most fatal and dangerous enemy.
The first protest marches against the Shah take place in Qom in 1978. The reason is a defamatory article against Khomeini, which is published in a big Iranian daily newspaper. The article accuses him and the clergy of counter-revolution. His followers organize a demonstration of support.
It was the fast-moving revolution. Maybe it is the fastest revolution in human history, because everything happened within 4 months.
With every passing day, the resolve of the Shah's regime to stay in power was weakening, and the resolve of the opposition to demand his removal was increasing.
There were fatalities during this demonstration in Qom. According to Islamic custom, the dead are commemorated every 40 days. Soon, hundreds of thousands take to the streets. Each time, there are more of them.
Oh, guys, this is so hard to watch, because this is like watching a horror movie in slow motion. Again, this is why I don't usually watch documentaries about the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution, specifically not in English, because of all the propaganda. I mean, the Islamic Revolution is horrific as it is, but all of the lies and propaganda and disinformation about the Shah makes it even more frustrating to watch, because it's like it just adds insult to injury.
The Shah wasn't anticipating this kind of resistance. It catches him and his regime completely off guard. The growing power of the streets paralyzes him. On August the 19th, 1978, an arson attack on Cinema Rex in the oil city of Abadan kills 422 people. The opposition blames the Iranian Secret Service and the Shah.
Okay, so this is important, guys. So one of the main sort of sparks that caused all the violence and eventually the overthrow of the Shah was this theater. Okay, so basically what happened is the jihadis, right, the Islamists, the Islamic terrorists, barred the doors of a movie theater and they lit it on fire, murdering everyone inside, right? Like 300, 400 people were burned to death in that theater. It was called Cinema Rex. But then they blamed the Shah. They blamed Savak, okay? So when you hear all of these people in the comments who come, they're like, oh, the Shah was a dictator, Savak killed hundreds of people. They're referring to this incident. However, it came out after the fact, okay? So after the Islamic Revolution was successful, the truth came out. The Shah did not do this. Savak did not do this. It was the jihadis themselves who did this. The jihadis literally murdered innocent Iranians, and then they blamed the Shah and Savak in order to justify overthrowing the Shah, in order to build a case to overthrow the Shah. And by the time people found out the truth, it was already too late. The Islamists had taken over. So do you see how they lie? They lied about everything and they're constantly lying.
Later on, there's a growing body of evidence for the clergy being behind the attack, with Khomeini as the mastermind in the background.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Now, I don't like the fact that he says there's a growing body of evidence. It has literally been proven that the Islamic clergy were behind this mass murder of innocent Iranians. They literally created a false flag scenario to justify overthrowing the Shah. That is how evil and demonic these people are. They murdered innocent Iranians for their jihad.
After Cinema Rex, it was a different story, both in magnitude, in the anger, and in the slogans. For the first time, I heard thousands of people say death to the Shah. That would have been unimaginable in 77.
The protest of the masses turns into open violence. Tehran.
So do you see? The jihadis murder innocent Iranians, and then they tell everyone that the Shah did it, and then the people get mad and they take to the streets, and that's how the violence starts. So all of this was orchestrated. The entire Islamic Revolution was based on lie after lie after lie.
Is ablaze. The military intervenes. On the 8th of September 1978, a day which will go down in Iranian history as Black Friday, 64 people are killed on the central Jaleh Square. The opposition claims there were 15,000 deaths. A general strike ensues.
So do you see again how they lie? Okay, I mean, this is no different than Hamas, right? You know, like when Hamas claims that, like, I don't know, Israel murdered 2 million Palestinian baby doctors, or I don't know, whatever garbage nonsense they put out. But then when you actually look at the facts, you see it was like something completely different. That's exactly what happened here. They claimed, again, right? They claim thousands of people were murdered. But then it turns out it was only 64. And by the way, they're the ones who started the violence.
Paralyzing the country.
I'm not denying the genocide. There is no genocide for me to deny. There's no genocide in Gaza. It's fake news.
Militär und Geheimdienste und dergleichen mehr. Also alle Instrumente der Macht hatte er in der Hand. Deswegen haben viele gedacht, auch so wie ich, erstmal.
So guys, this is important. Pay attention. This evil leftist. So this guy is not an Islamist. He's one of those communists, right? So he's basically explaining that the left joined with the Islamists because they were united in their goal to overthrow the Shah, right? They were fighting imperialism. That's exactly what's happening today in Western countries where, all the pro-Palestine, whatever Hamas people, the Islamists, the Jihadis, are being supported by the woke left because they both are anti-imperialist. What's happening today is exactly what happened in Iran. And this traitor to Iran is admitting it. He's admitting that he literally joined the Islamists because they wanted to overthrow the Shah. They wanted to destabilize society. So when those jihadis in your countries are burning your flags, going to the streets and causing violence, and then they're being joined by the left, it's not a joke, guys. Take it very seriously. Because it happened in Iran and it could happen to you.
Versuchen wir, mit Khomeini das Regime zu stürzen, danach.
Right? So he's saying we would overthrow the Shah and then we would deal with Khomeini after. That was literally what the leftists thought. They thought that they could control the Islamists, and that's why they sided with them.
Wird man schon mit ihm fertig werden.
I like to said it.
At the behest of the Shah, the government declares Khomeini a persona non grata. He's forced to leave his exile in Najaf. His confidants advise him to leave for Europe, which he declines at first. What is he to do in a non-Islamic country? He is wrong. When he goes to Neauphle-le-Château, a little suburb of Paris, thousands of his followers from all over the world flock there. Western politicians and intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre, Michel Foucault, and François Mitterrand also support Khomeini.
It is wild to me. It is wild to me that these so-called Western intellectuals supported a savage, uneducated jihadi who had no world experience, no education. This man, as we can see from other parts of the documentary, he wanted to overthrow the Shah because he wanted to bring Sharia law to Iran. This man did not believe that women should have the right to vote. And yet he was supported by Western intellectuals. Like, how insane is it? How insane is it that these people were supporting a 7th century Islamic dictator who thinks women are second-class citizens? And they supported him over the Shah. They supported him over the man who actually gave women the right to vote and treated them equally.
In France, he suddenly finds himself the center of the global public.
He was suddenly catapulted into an international celebrity and was much more clever than the Shah, the British, the Iranian opposition gave him credit for. Because initially the idea was that they would send him to Neauphle-le-Château and he would become an embarrassment. He would say reactionary things and would frighten people. Well, he didn't say the reactionary things. He was very careful. He never once in 10 interviews, never once mentioned the word velayat faqih.
So even the leftist is admitting that this evil demonic man was lying. Remember, jihadis lie. So this devil man did 110 interviews, but he never actually spoke the truth. All he did was complain about the Shah, but he never said what his real intentions are. Remember, his intention was to impose Sharia law on Iran, but he never said that. And all the Western leftist intellectuals, but do not trust jihadis, guys. Do not trust jihadis. They are not your friends. They are your enemies. They will lie. Everything coming out of their mouths is a lie. I don't know how anyone could look at the face of this evil devil man and think that he was a good person. I like to say it. He's lying. He's lying about everything here.
Khomeini mentions none of the radical ideas he expressed in his book on the Islamic State.
Isn't it wild? He literally wrote a book on how he wants to create an Islamic state, and yet none of the Western intellectuals ever bothered to do any sort of research into his background. No one bothered to read his book. Maybe if someone had read his Jihadi book, they would have been like, guys, let's take a step back here. Maybe we shouldn't support the evil demonic man who thinks women should be stoned to death for adultery. Maybe that's not a good idea. No one in the West ever paused to stop and think that. Instead, they just believed his lies because, again, it's all taqiyya, right? It's all taqiyya. You're literally seeing how taqiyya works. And they supported him over the man who was actually empowering women and modernizing Iran.
Since his writings are banned in Iran and unknown in the West, no one can confront him with them. His speeches against the Shah are recorded and distributed in Iran.
ما به هر شکلی که بود این بیانیه‌ها و اطلاعیه‌ها رو به این ور و اونور پخش می‌کردیم.
So not only was Khomeini deceiving people in the West, but his jihadi army, they were still corrupting and influencing people in Iran.
نوار کاستش این ور اونور می‌بردیم پخش می‌کردیم و خب اینها نوارهای کاست تا عمق روستاها هم می‌رفت.
The generals in Iran are waiting for the Shah to give them the order to crack down on the insurgents. But he is weakened by cancer and doesn't signal anything of that sort. The military is
That's not okay. So that is a stupid reason. The Shah, yes, he had cancer, but that's not the reason why the army didn't attack the people. The reason that the army did not attack the people is because the Shah loved his people and he did not want to cause any violence or bloodshed. That's the reason why he did not call the army on the people. And for this documentary to blame that or to blame that decision on his cancer is disingenuous and it's false. It's completely false. And in fact, in one of his in the last interview that the Shah ever did prior to passing away, this was, a year after the Islamic Revolution happened, the Shah said, I chose not to call the army on my people because I love my people and I did not want to see any bloodshed. All the violence was being caused by the Islamists. Again, the Islamists literally murdered 300 people in a movie theater in order to justify overthrowing the Shah.
Perplexed and backs off. When the soldiers stop shooting at the people put flowers in their guns and give them pictures of Khomeini. They celebrate their new leader. In a televised appeal to the Iranian people, the Shah wants to change tack one more time.
No, J.J. Christensen, the Shah was not the violent one. That is false information. That is Russian Islamist communist propaganda.
پیام انقلاب شما ملت ایران را شنیدم. تضمین می‌کنم که حکومت ایران در آینده بر اساس قانون اساسی، عدالت اجتماعی و اراده ملی و بدور از استبداد و ظلم و فساد خواهد بود.
He looked weak. He looked absolutely despondent.
He wasn't weak. The guy had leukemia. I hate this leftist.
He couldn't read the text. And the point that he was saying is that I have heard, that's the famous phrase, I have heard the call of your revolution and give me another chance. And people saw it rightly as a sign of his weakness. If ever there was a sign that he is not going to be able to master the situation, that was, to me, the speech.
The crisis in Iran also causes ripples at international level. French President of State Giscard d'Estaing invites the German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, US President Carter, and British Prime Minister Callaghan to Guadeloupe for a conference. Here, they decide on the fate of Iran.
Nos entretiens ont fait apparaître un double objectif, accroître la sécurité et réduire les tensions dans le monde. Il nous est apparu que la reconnaissance légitime des réalités du monde contemporain doit s'accompagner de la poursuite des efforts pour améliorer les relations internationales.
This means that the Western powers drop the Shah and his regime. On the 16th of January 1979, the Shah and his family leave Iran. The Shah expects the crisis to be over soon so that he can return. It turns out to be a farewell for good.
و هیچ وقت فراموش نمی کنم اشکایی که در چشمانشون بود که موقعی که میرفتیم و اون افسری که خودشو به پای علزت انداخت.
The Shah was a good king for the time of peace. He wasn't a good king for the time of big trouble.
He was really double personality.
I really hate how these Islamists and these lefties, they basically criticize the Shah every step of the way. And then now when the Islamic Revolution happened, all of a sudden, oh, he was a great Shah in the time of peace. He was a great person. Okay, weren't you the ones who said he was an authoritarian figure? How the hell could he be an authoritarian figure? But now you're claiming that he was a great Shah. It's one lie after another with these people. And now the reason the lefties are lying about this is because they're trying to save face, because they actually supported the Jihadis in overthrowing the Shah. They are responsible for the Islamists turning Iran into a 7th century hellhole governed by Sharia law.
When he felt strong, he was extremely self-assured, and the first signs of weakness made him very, very timid.
There was no...
That's very, very stupid. Again, he was not timid. The guy had leukemia. He was going to get cancer treatment. God, I hate these leftists. So, again, like, they claim he was an authoritarian, but now all of a sudden he was timid? Like, it's insane. It's insane to me. It's a contradiction. They're lying about everything.
Mr. Khomeini became the point of union.
14 days later, on the 1st of February 1979, Khomeini flies from Paris to Tehran. No one knows how.
This is the day that the nightmare started. The moment that the Shah left Iran, light and goodness and purity left, and then this evil demonic man brought with him death and destruction and despair. And this is the start of a 47-year-old nightmare that we Iranians are still living through, and we're trying to wake up from.
This journey will end. Will the Shah's military force the plane to turn back or even shoot it down to prevent Khomeini from returning?
خب این کسی که وارد هواپیما می شود با وجود این خطر با خیال آسوده وارد نمیشه به هواپیما. طبیعتاً دل نگرانی دارد. آقای خمینی هم چیزی ظاهر نمی کرد که دلخوره داره. ولی قایناقایی بشر دیگه. او هم این دلخوره رو می داشت.
God, I can't. This is watching
After
a horror
14
movie.
years of exile, Khomeini now steps on.
By the way, do you see, like, Air France, literally, like, the French government contributed to turning Iran into an Islamic hellhole. So, it wasn't just the communists. It wasn't just the Islamists. It was also Jimmy Carter. It was France. It was the UK. Right? French people. Your government used your taxpayer dollars to fund Islamic terrorism. They flew this evil, demonic man to Iran using your taxpayer dollars.
To Iranian soil again. Millions of people frenetically celebrate his return. After 2,500 years, the Persian monarchy has outlived its usefulness.
Not true, because again, guys, the Shah never abdicated. The Shah never, keep that up, the Shah never abdicated the throne.
Khomeini is received as the new savior. No one has any idea of the consequences.
Okay. The new savior. Savior of what? Savior of modernization? Remember, the Shah was modernizing Iran. Khomeini didn't like that. He wanted to impose Sharia law. So who exactly was he the savior of, and what was he saving?
Which the Islamic Revolution will have for the Iranian state.
Virtually all our intellectuals supported Khomeini, from right to left, including those who had supported the Shah. All our big business, our big tycoons, our billionaires, they all supported him. So he had created a degree of unity among all these.
Yeah, he only created unity because he needed them. As soon as the Islamic Republic got into power, they executed 30,000 people. So all of these intellectuals on the left that supported Khomeini coming into power, the vast majority of them were actually executed by the Islamists.
Different factions in Tehran, which was impressive.
Khomeini's first visits are to the Behesht-e-Zahra cemetery on the outskirts of Tehran, where the victims of the Shah regime are buried, and to the holy city of Qom, where his resistance began many years before.
The confrontation.
I just want to say, like, so for non-Iranians, as an Iranian watching this is like, I don't know, watching like Hitler take over Germany, right? Except for me, it's even worse because this man is killing Iranians.
Between these two could be summarized to the confrontation of two opposing will. And in such a confrontation, it is always the stronger will that will win, and that's what exactly what happened in Iran. Khomeini's will was far stronger to conquer power.
Yeah, of course his will was stronger because he was a jihadi, you idiot. That's what Islamists do. Again, remember, guys, Khomeini's supporters literally burned innocent people alive and blamed it on the Shah in order to get people to come out to the streets and protest. The Islamic clergy in Iran murdered Iranians so they could overthrow the Shah and turn Iran into a 7th century Islamic dictatorship governed by Sharia law. So of course he's going to have more power, you idiot.
Than the Shah's will to keep power.
After an odyssey through several countries, the Shah dies of terminal cancer in Cairo on the 27th of July 1980. He lived to be 60 years of age. His body is buried in the Al-Rifai Mosque in the Egyptian capital.
What a sad day.
Ayatollah Khomeini dies of a heart attack on the 3rd of June 1989 in Tehran. His resting place is a mausoleum. During his 10-year reign, he implemented his ideas of an Islamic revolution with uncompromising vigor and turned Iran into a theocracy. Thus,
not just a theocracy, he turned Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law.
Setting a dynamic in motion which even today keeps the world in suspense.
Wow. Difficult to watch. So that was the first documentary that I watched with my commentary. I have to give this a rating out of 10. So For the Iranians who are in the chat, what would you rate this out of 10? I mean, I haven't watched other documentaries yet. This is just the first one. So it's difficult to rate. I mean, I would probably give this a 4 out of 10. Maybe a 5, I don't know, but like there's a lot of propaganda in there. No, it has to be from like 0 to 10. And I don't want to go like 0 because 2 out of 10, guys, you know what? I don't even know if this documentary was that bad. 2 out of 10, 0 out of 10. Okay, but no, we can't give it 0 because Shahbanu was in it, right? Shahbanu was in it. You know what? It didn't tell both sides, guys. It didn't tell both sides because it focused more on the communist and the Islamist side. Like I did not see a single pro-Shah person there. In fact, I think the only pro-Shah person aside from the Empress was the woman politician, right? The only pro-Shah person was the woman politician, the woman parliamentarian, and they only had her speak one time. And I guarantee you guys, they probably cut her interview short because whatever she said probably did not fit their narrative, right? Because this entire documentary was trying to paint the Shah as an authoritarian figure, and she probably countered that narrative with the truth. A 3, 4, 1. I'm kind of feeling a 3. And the only reason I'm saying 3 is because the Empress is in it. So at least they gave the Empress an opportunity to speak, right? And I don't want to go too low because what if there are documentaries that are worse than this one? 3 works? Okay. All right, guys. So I will make sure that in the description. So what I'm going to do is, in the description of this live stream after, I'll make sure to rate it as a 3. Are there any documentaries that would show the truth? Still, you know what? Actually, I don't know because I've never really watched documentaries about the Islamic Republic in English. I only look at Iranian sources because Iranian historians are much more accurate. Unfortunately, the English version documentaries are full of propaganda or misleading facts or contradiction. Like this one had so many contradictions, right? And if you're not Iranian, you can't really catch on because you're just not as familiar with it. So the reason I did this is because I'm actually trying to find a good documentary because a lot of people have asked me to explain why the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened. And the truth is it happened because this evil demonic man, Khomeini, was hell-bent on turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. And ultimately, he murdered innocent Iranian people and blamed the Shah and Savak. And those jihadi lies were spread. People believed it, and then they overthrew the Shah. So, yeah, this one's a 3, but there are a lot of documentaries out there. And guys, for you, if you find a documentary about Iran or about the Islamic Revolution, on YouTube or wherever, and you want me to watch it and critique it, let me know in the comments, not in the live chat here. Like, don't put it in the live chat, put it in the, in the comments below after to this video. And let's start watching them. I mean, I'm going to be watching these documentaries anyway, so I might as well live stream them. And you guys are welcome to join me, and we'll rate and critique the documentaries. So this was the first one. Seemed to go well. I really appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate your comments, your feedback. A big thank you to the Iranians for joining me and giving your feedback, because your voices are so important as well. And if you enjoyed this live stream, like and subscribe. And I'm also accepting memberships. So if you want to support my channel, if you want to support the work that I'm doing, you can also become a member as well. Anyways, thank you, everyone. And oh, I want to put in a plug. So these watch parties I do in the evening, they're kind of, informal. But tomorrow, I do my daily live streams during the day. So tomorrow at 11 a.m., I'm actually doing a very important live stream, and I'm going to be explaining to you the Iranian reaction to President Trump bombing the nuclear facilities in Iran. You don't want to miss that, because everything that you think you know about what Iranians think and feel about America and the United States is probably wrong, and the truth will shock you. So tune in tomorrow, because I will walk you through the 12-day conflict, and I'll walk you through Iranians reacting to President Trump. And then for the non-Iranians, and especially for my American followers, you will get the truth about what Iranians think about you and about President Trump. Bye, everyone. Have a good night. And as always, Payanda Iran Javid Shah.